Hey, happy Wednesday. Everybody, how are you doing today? Hope you guys are doing good. Let me get the old wallpaper off of here. Boom! What is up, everybody? Welcome to a very special stream, a very special event. This is the Varia Art stream. So we might have some new viewers if you're watching archives or if you're in here live. My name is Gardner. I am a professional illustrator, concept artist, painter, whatever. Work in the entertainment industry. I work on Warhammer 40K. I've worked with people like Warner Brothers, Adidas, and today, most importantly, I work on Varia, a really awesome card game. You'll see that we have our promo code right here. We're going to be working on a piece of card art for an upcoming expansion. So something really fun. I'm going to break down kind of what we have, what our art is going to be, what the idea is, some of the feedback we've already gotten from our art director, and we're just going to kind of solve some problems. We're going to go in, design the card, make sure it reads well, and just overall just paint, have a good time, and hang out. So I will preface this by saying today is a very important day, not only for this, not only for our art stream, but, you know, America's getting a new president right now. Actually, he's already been sworn in. I got to see that. So amazing, awesome day already. But yeah, that's going to be going on for a while. We're going to be on for a while. So if you want to hop back and forth, I don't blame you at all. Today's a very historic day. Like I said, not only for the Varia stuff, but, you know, the whole new president for America thing. So we're just going to be kicking back. We're going to be relaxing, making some art. We're going to break down what the goals are. So you're going to kind of see my real-time thought process, narration. I'll be answering questions in chat the whole time. Basically, if you have a question, just ask it. I will be more than happy to look. I'll be more than happy to answer. Yeah, I'm very excited. This is the most unusual card art I've ever done. It's my job to make sure that it reads okay, because, and we're going to talk about this a lot, but whenever you have art that's sizable, you can print it out, you can really look at every kind of nook and cranny, that's one thing. But how do you make a piece that can read very small, like as a thumbnail? Because the moment it hits the game board, you want to know what it does. You don't even need to read the card. You don't even need to read the name of the card or what it does. The art should give you some semblance of what that is. So this one is by far and away the most, I guess, creative one we've ever done. This is actually my third commission for Varia, and I'm super excited. Every single one of them have been vastly different, and that's exciting for me because you're not doing kind of the same rote stuff every time. But this one, I think it's going to be a head scratcher. We're already pretty deep into it. I already got some approvals for 2 of the sketches out of the 3 and on the main composition. So that right there is kind of off the wall. Normally you sign up for 1 composition per card. This one's a little different. But yeah, we'll talk about the card. We'll talk about what it does. So let's hop on in. Let's get over to it. Hey, Anthony, my man. And speaking of art director, Anthony is my art director right here. So let me go ahead and, while you are here, sir, Guildhouse Games. There we go. So, Anthony, now you have mod. You are now a chat mod. So, yeah, if it gets out of hand or whatnot, feel free to just karate chop, man. Well, everyone, welcome, Anthony. Anthony took the chance on me for being part of Varia, and I highly appreciate that. And it's a lot of fun. We've had a lot of fun so far. We've already done 2 complete cards. This is the 3rd card, and it's due at the end of the month. So we're gonna make some really good progress today, I think. And it's gonna be kind of nice having the art director live, because I'll be like, is that good? Is that good? You want this? You want me to flip it? You want me to? But I will kind of discuss the beginning, middle, and end of doing card art. I know that's what a lot of people are going to be watching, either the live version or we're going to have an archive of this as well. I want you guys just to know what it is that, one, I do for a living, But if you've ever had the goal or the dream to kind of do this type of illustration, whether it's for Varia, whether it's for other card games, tabletop games, that type of thing, since I have worked in multiple avenues in this industry, I can hopefully answer some of those questions. I will be giving general advice throughout, but yeah, so let's dig in. So first things first is we are over your shoulder. Let the creativity flow. So it's gonna be nice once I turn in what we have so far. But what's interesting is I am glad you're here. That way you can kind of hear the madness happen. But it's interesting, and I think this one's gonna turn out great. Part of it's gonna be pretty difficult, but we're gonna figure it out. And that's part of the fun here. So yeah, let's jump in. Let me talk a little bit about kind of what the card is. I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, Anthony, if I believe it's in playtesting right now, and the idea for this card is amazing, like truly amazing. And that is going to be called Calamity. So, oh, by the way, before we get too far into this, go save 10%. Get yourself some starter decks. They have a really great bundle pack of all, I believe it's all of the decks so far, or a vast majority of them. And you end up saving like 40 or 50 bucks. And then with this coupon code, you'll save 10% more off of that. It's a great way to get in there. But if you want to try out Varia, which you should, you want to try out Varia free. I don't know how they're doing this, but it's madness. If you head over to the Guildhouse Games website, there's a way that you can play Varia in the browser. You can play around right there in the browser, get used to it. It's a really unique game because not only does it mix the strategy of like, a Hearthstone, Magic the Gathering, that sort of deal, it also brings in the randomness of tabletop, so dice rolls. And that's wild. Like, that's going to ensure you never have the same game twice. And what's great is all of the decks work together. They synergize really well. And like, I'm okay at this art stuff, but the game balance, I would have no clue. Like, checkers, maybe chess, if I learn how to play it right. That's my I don't know, my capacity of of design gameplay mechanics. I like to play games. I'll play games all day, but designing them, I don't know. But that's why it's so important for the art to read well. Is the team at Guildhouse Games does so much work on the back end of making the cards function and making each round feel unique and really vibrant. And so as an artist, I feel it's my job to reinforce that, to actually push that as far as possible. So we have a card here called Calamity, and Calamity, basically, whenever it hits the playfield, so whenever you play Varia, there's a timeline. Whenever you put cards down, it goes in like an order of operations. A lot of people are familiar with the stack in Magic the Gathering. Think of the stack, but instead of going up, it goes out. So basically, you're telling a story like, oh, this happens, then this happens, and that. So what Calamity does is it completely changes the future, which is nuts. Like, whenever I think of just timetable stuff, just having something that flips that script is amazing. So it was our idea to really do something that showed that. So what we have is a glass shatter. This is going to be the actual card art. So what this is we want it to know that once you see that break, once you see that shatter, you understand that whole timeline is now topsy-turvy. So we wanted to actually put some art in the glass shards. So I asked Anthony and the team, what could we do that would be thematic? What could we do that would actually bring that, idea to life? And Anthony had a great idea. Him and the team said, what if you paint stuff that hasn't happened or didn't happen but could have happened in the lore of Varia? And I'm a big lore guy. I mean, I got my Warhammer shirt on. I've got lore books everywhere, art of books. I'm a big lore guy. So the idea of being able to paint a missing history of Varia is really, I dig it. So then we wanted to do it a little bit further. So we have a great premise, glass shatter, alternate reality. Great. So that's there. Now, how do we show that? So we have 3 different compositions that we're going to do. 3 different parts of history that didn't happen, that could have happened, that maybe might happen, who knows. But 3 different ones. In order for them to read okay, they have to stay fairly simple. Normally, I'm a big fan of trying to get a lot of nuance and tiny details and things like that, but with this, that's not the case because the tiny details comes from the glass shatter. This composition is the detail, if that makes sense. So I wanted to do 3 different compositions in 3 different color ranges. That way each composition can be tracked based on the color. So if you see, for instance, like a red and green, you know that's one of the paintings, even though it's shattered. You can still piece it together like a puzzle. So that's what we're doing right now. So I already have 2 sketches approved. I have 1 sketch, black and white, of the beheading of a dragon, which is a 7-headed dragon, by the way, which is dope. So I wanted to channel, for this one, it's a quick sketch, but I wanted to channel that old Dungeons and Dragons, Forgotten Realms fantasy art that I grew up with, you know, that nice like 2.5 edition, 3rd edition D&D. I actually have some notes on this one, so I'm going to change this blade to an axe. I have the reference of the axe that will pull up. But now I'm going to color block this in, things like that. There's another one, the Blood God, which we've already got some color in, and he's summoning berserkers. His name's Koro, and he's summoning berserkers into battle during the First War. Dope. Like, just I live for it, you know? So we're going to refine this a little bit, but we're going to keep it fairly... We're going to keep these fairly basic. The reason why is I actually want to paint the details whenever it gets in the glass. So some of the questions might be, how are we going to get this art in the glass? First off, how is it even going to happen? And then also, you know, how is it going to read well? That's the, not the pain point, but that's the point I want to make sure that we really nail. There might be a few shards that are very vibrant, and then other ones that are kind of pulled back, almost like the effect of the glass flipping and then like light shining on it. Because there's some main ideas. We'll get the main ideas across, and then the rest of the stuff will just be there to tighten up the rest of the main idea, if that makes sense. So what we're doing, what I did here is we got this approved, the glass shatter effect. I am gonna tweak this a little as we start adding more. So what I ended up doing is I color ranged out all the black and made a mask, or basically like an onion layer of the glass itself by itself. So what I can do then is I can select just the glass and put a mask layer or a clipping mask on top of that of the art. So like what I did here is I took, so I took the picture, right? I took the image itself, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna clip it onto the shards of glass. So now it's on the glass, but you see, it looks pretty cool, but it might, once we get another piece right here and then another piece down here, it might be a little hard to read. So that's why I want to keep these fairly basic, because a lot of the tweaking is going to be happening on this. Because at the end of the day, we could make this look beautiful, we could make this look beautiful, we could make the third one we haven't even started yet, but we are today. We can make that look gorgeous, but that's all fine. But if this does not read well, if the actual card art, if the glass shatter doesn't read, it doesn't work. As cool as all this stuff is, if this doesn't play right, if this doesn't look good, it won't matter how much rendering, how much time under the pen we have. That's why it's very important to kind of get the basic design elements. See, so I do kind of like how this looks right now. So you can see a little bit of his arm. You can see his face is actually going to be like an executioner's deal, but I wanted it to be really, really long and like flowing on the back, which you can kind of see right here. So this, I'm feeling okay about. And then you get some of the berserkers. I'll probably add a berserker right here, just to really drive home the point, Let me tweak this. I think my camera got all goofy. There we go. Something like that. That's good. Yeah. So yeah, that's what we have. We're going to be putting some color on this and refining. Then we're going to be making the third piece. We're going to be making the third piece of this puzzle, which is going to be a wizard with his children. So this is a sorcerer card. There's going to be a blood sorcerer in this. He's the one summoning. This is his power that's being emitted to cause the calamity. We wanted to do something of, what if he never became a sorcerer? What if he just stayed a wizard? What if he was kind of a family man, and what would happen? What would that look like? So what I did is I pulled in probably my favorite artist of all time, John Singer Sargent. He does gorgeous work. So I'm a big fan of art history. I love art history stuff. His painting style is very painterly. He's what's considered a figurative painter. That's what I do when I don't commission out. My goal, and here's the thing, a long-term goal for my art career is to be able to do figurative art like this at such a comfortable, concise level that this could be my card art. You know what I mean? Which is it's a risk. It really is a risk, because not everybody likes the big, thick paint look, So I'll tweak this again. I've been very fortunate to be able to work with clients that are very open-minded about it. Warhammer's a big fan of it. Anthony and Guildhouse Games are a big fan of it. It's just, I do want to make sure that they read well enough that we can tell what it is, and also you can make something that's almost like a print. Like, we could have this as lore art if they make a lore books or whatever. We want to be able to have stuff like this for your key art, for your marketing art. That's a big deal, and to be able to have that type of quality is important. So I always love commissions like this because it lets me practice that style. It lets me get better while I'm making something, while we're solving problems for the game company. It's a win-win. So enough of me yakking about the setup. Now you guys kind of get it. We'll go over the setup again as more people start coming in. I don't know if you know this today, America's got a new president. And it's happening right now. So I think further we get on in the afternoon, we're going to get more and more people. But yeah, big day. Good day already. We're gonna refine this dragon piece a little bit, and then I'm gonna show how I add color to a black and white. So there's different things you can do. You can either start in color, which saves a lot of time, and you get some nice nuances, but it's also very effective, especially with card art, to start in black and white, because you want to make sure it reads at a distance. So we want to make sure that this reads at card size, which would be about, I want to say, if you hold up a card to the monitor, should be about, and I'm going to adjust because I know your guys' window of the desktop is a little smaller. So about here, maybe. This isn't the right ratio, but we want to make sure that this composition reads at about this length, at about this distance, because that's the distance you're going to see the art on the card. So a lot of blacks and whites, very, very good. Same thing here. We wanted to keep it really dark, so if I do the value look right here, it still reads relatively well. And it's funny, I have 3 different types of composition This one is more of a Warhammer piece. This one's very much inspired by Warhammer. This one's very much inspired by the old D&D stuff. And then the third one's going to be John Singer Sargent. So in a weird way, it's kind of like my repertoire between all three. The stuff that I'm passionate about with art is coming together in fruition right there. So let's go select all, edit, copy merged. We're going to start our work on this new layer, and we're going to come in and we're just going to refine some stuff. We're going to tighten some things up. We're going to really make it read well. Then we're going to add some color. That should be good. So we have kind of this knight. He's kind of like a knight. He has a cool cowl. He has a... Let me come over here. There we go. And he's doing the cool action. So his cape almost looks like an angel wing, which, you know, we can maybe keep that. He's a guardian angel of some sort. He's a... Oh yeah, but first thing we actually got to do, we are going to check our email because we have... Oh, Straw again, my man. With them, look at that, man. With those subs, dude. Holy crap, thanks, man. Appreciate you. Welcome to the Varia stream. We're having a lot of fun so far. Just kind of breaking things in, letting things happen. We're in it for the long haul today. We got 6 hours ahead of us, so we're gonna be doing a lot of problem solving. Stuff like that. I probably should have put the alerts up on this one, but this is a new stream composition for today. Straw, you are the real MVP, man. Appreciate you. So, yeah, we're going to check our email real quick because Anthony did give us a piece that he would like the sword to actually be an axe, which I think is a good call. Axes, you can do like the shape of it. Appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Let's see. Let me go check the old email. And I do use, if you're a digital artist or if you're wanting to get into digital art, there is a program I highly recommend that I use religiously called Pure Reference or Pure Ref. And this is kind of what I get whenever I zoom in and out, and I can look at stuff, and I can zoom in, I can make this grayscale. But this lets you drag and drop pictures from an internet browser just straight into Pure Ref, and you have it at the ready. So we are going to, let's see. We have a few things. So the way art stuff like this works and art commissions work is you'll get a prompt, and then you start brainstorming the prompt. Then you send in, and what I do is I usually send in 3 sketches. 2 is not enough, 4 is too many from what I've seen. 3, you can get 3 very different compositions. Whenever you get to 4 and 5, I don't know about you guys, but I start repeating myself, and you know, you want something that kind of stands on its own. So I do 3. Then the art team at Guildhouse Games votes. They kind of get, you know, Anthony's the art director. They get final say. They say, hey, we want to push forward with this one. So then you take that idea. Then I usually, probably a few times a week up until deadline time, try to report in. Here's the progress so far. What do you think? Is there anything catching your eye? Because you want to make sure you don't just drop a surprise in their lap and be like, oh, here's the art, and then it's not quite what they were expecting when they saw the thumbnail. So more revisions, more communication, that's always better because no one gets any surprises. And I'm not in the business of surprises. I like surprising people after the art is done and be like, hey, here's a world premiere, bam, art drop. You know, that type of surprise is great. But you don't want to surprise your clients. You do not want to do that. You want them to be part of the process the whole way through. because that's going to be something, especially whenever you have clients like Varia or you have Warhammer, very protective of the brand, and for good reason. I mean, Varia is super successful Kickstarter. People want a specific thing. They ordered Varia. They want that. And you got to deliver. You have to deliver that. That's part of it. But whenever we look at the the blood god Koro, this is his symbol. We might put this. I was even thinking of surprise you. So by the way, chat, Straw has commissioned me, and I'm doing a really dope Dishonored commission for him. But he wants me to surprise him. Okay, fair play, fair play. It'll get mailed to you, and you'll open it up. And like I said, you'll have extra goodies in there. But you guys know in Lord of the Rings how the Uruk-hai have like that hand print over the face? I don't know. We'll play around with it because I love that logo. I love the death hand sort of blood. Yeah, so cool. So we got that. Here we go. So, and here's a picture of the axe, which is beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Look at that. I want to make sure they get the shapes as well. So it looks like they're straight up, the notches are straight up on every other one, and then they're kind of an X design on here. But like, look at that beautiful blade. The nice thing about this is also giving me the lighting. How the light catches it is showing me the form of the axe. So we are going to integrate this axe in here right now. So let me right click, mode, always on top. Let's resize this, resize that. There we go. So we have something like this. So it looks to be a bigger axe, because if those grips right here, it's probably where you can, well, maybe not the top grip, because you don't want to cut your arm on that bottom part of that axe. So what we'll do, we will take this design, so he is beheading. So the action's already done. And here's a quick thing about action. You want to either show right before action happens or right after action has happened. It always gives more of an impact than showing the action as it's happening, which sounds weird, but like, this is more effective. Like, the beheading already happened, but it just happened. So they're still in the process of like finalizing the movement. That's more engaging than if it was like an actual picture of an axe going into a dragon neck, which also would look kind of, I don't know. Maybe it has a potential to be a little rated R, I guess. Let's see, which way is his hand? Holding that. Something like that. And then what we'll do, let's get this. Let's get a hard round brush. Come in here, kind of block in this basic shape. Oh, I see. The shape is a little bit more almost like it's flatter up here, and then it comes down longer right here. There we go. Yeah. Something like that. that outline there. Something like this. And once again, we want to make sure it reads okay without causing any weird... in art, we call them tangents. So what a tangent is, think of it also like an optical illusion. It's something where lines intersect where they shouldn't, that it confuses your eye on what you're looking at. So we want to make sure the axe does not cause a tangent on the dragon or on the pose or anything like that. So we might mess with the shape a little bit and kind of the direction it's going to make sure that it reads well in the composition. If we have that, let's bring in some pure white. Something like that, and then also we can bring in our, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So we have that. Cool. All right. We'll just place that there. We'll just go and kind of touch up all around this composition and start working in. Yeah, Dagon. Yes. So awesome. And see, it's always a blast to get really good prompts. And all 3 prompts from Varia have been sick. Like, super good. Which makes it just a joy to work on because I'm always excited. Like, we're bringing something to life. Like, it's still early enough in Varia's life as a game that we're still uncovering lore. We're still, you know what I mean? Like, there's still so much cool stuff going on and so much that we haven't seen yet. So being able to be part of that team that brings in, it's just a lot of fun. Like, that's what you sign up for. Whenever you want to get into an art gig, like, that's what you sign up for, is the, you know, you want that fun of being able to show these alternate realities and like big lore moments. And because I mean, we're all nerds here, right? So about having like the turning of Arthas in Warcraft is like part of my DNA. Like the burning of Stratholme and all that, like you know, that's my jam. Like, I can recite more Metal Gear lore than any person should because it's like in my mind. You know what I mean? Like, it's just part of it. So to be to be part of a team bringing lore together is dope, like in any capacity. So yeah, need to decide on the designs for these for old Dagon here. I'll bring the horns back in, but I'll kind of change the shape of where they're at, because I think, yeah, something like that should work. And then something a little sharper, you know. And something that I am doing, this is about how zoomed in I like to get unless I'm working on really harsh details. But what I'm doing a lot is as I'm painting this, I'm also looking up at the navigator menu and the window up here, because this is a little smaller than card size. Like if we were to print off the card today and hold it up to here, this is actually a little smaller. So I want to make sure this still reads okay as I'm adding details, you know, zooming in and out. I always want a copy of it up here. That way I can keep track on the readability of everything. Which, you know, is a big deal. So we're going to add that kind of design motif across the board, I think, to really tie in Dagon's heads together. You want to repeat design elements. That's one of the big things about visual art. In the human brain is neat because we notice patterns. So that's also a reason why like sports teams have uniforms, and every team has their own colors and stuff like that, because even at a distance, even if you don't know the team names, you know that it's the red team versus the blue team, or you know what I mean? Like, so it's much easier to keep track of things because humans notice patterns. So if you really want to drive home something and make it look consistent, repeating design elements is a good way to do that. And it's fairly easy because it solves a lot of design problems for you. If you design one and it works well, just copy that design and tweak it a little bit, you know? So we have something like this. And then as this is coming back here, and let me, yeah, add more of that. And right now I'm just kind of tightening up certain edges and kind of dropping little bits here and there. Yeah, because we want, it's almost like a superhero pose. He's like flying after he did the cut, so and we will come and add that. There we go. So what you'll see here is I did a lot of kind of sloppy brushwork as well to kind of just put in generic detail, and we're gonna kind of roll with that actually. Going to make the main composition part quite a bit easier. Okay, and so his face is right here. So this actually needs to be just as dark, if not darker, because it's closer to us. So something like this. Yeah. And see if we zoom out. Now that since it's darker, things darker seem to pop towards us, while things lighter seem to go in the background. Or you can flip that, but you have to make that rule early. So here, this is backlit, so big blown out, almost like angelic clouds blowing light out of the background. And then as we get closer to the viewer or the camera, things get darker. So that's how we're able to get that depth of looking like, hey, this is going around, this head's right here, this one's back over here. You know, I might actually lighten this because this head is back behind here going off frame. But then like these two are kind of on the same plane because his head's coming across. This one's the closest, and also his head right here. So yeah, what we'll do, let's take that, let's lighten that. Kind of come back here. Do this. And you'll see just that, push that back a little bit. It's not like super fancy or anything. I mean, don't get me wrong, but you know, it works. In a pinch, it works. And here in a minute, I am going to add color to this. That way we can really start getting some good mixes and that's where it really starts to come alive, you know. Let's actually get a textured oil brush. That's kind of what I did here anyway. So let's get that texture brush. Let's do circle oil, yeah. Let's see. Actually get that. That's right here. And anytime I come in and need to refine shapes, I'll just go straight for that hard round brush again. It's kind of best friend, you know. Just allows you to get some really decent line work quick. And like kind of, I carve a lot. I do a lot of carving of edges. So I'll come to an edge and if I need to get rid of it, what I'll do is I'll take the color that's next to it or the value that's next to it and carve around it to make the shape. It's just a technique I learned way back in the day for oil painting. Just kind of carve around it, you know. And then like here. Then bring this in. Darken that. Actually, he kind of looks like Thor. Now that I'm looking at it, I was like, why does that cape look familiar? It's kind of like Thor. Which, you know, that's cool. I might temper this cape a little bit. Might bring this down just a smidge. Just a smidge. Kind of get that nice flowy look to it. Yeah. Something like this. Yeah, now's a good time that we can start putting in color, because this isn't, I'd say this is about halfway to where we want it before we put it in the main card art. Whenever we add the color, this will allow us some really cool techniques that we can do. A lot of smudging, a lot of blending, a lot of, it really brings it to look like a painting. So let me see what, okay. So we decided, and let me do this real quick. I'm gonna take a picture of part of an email back and forth, but this is my part of the email where I will do this. We're gonna copy that, and then we're gonna bring up our old pal PureRef, and we're gonna paste. Okay, so this is the color stuff. So we have red and teal, which we kind of already have here. If we bring that back, we're gonna refine it quite a bit, but so we have red and teal for the Blood God and Berserkers. So this is kind of green right now, but I'm gonna teal that up a little bit. Blue and orange, Wizard with the Family. So that's nice because that's what John Singer Sargent uses quite a bit, is a lot of those beautiful like blues, oranges, like beach stuff. Yeah, like these beautiful looking oranges for hair and things like that. So it's going to help us quite a bit to have that as that nuance. And then purple and green for the dragon beheading. So we're going to come in here and put in some purple and green. What do you say? I do have some Kike Kataki art, who, by the way, one of my art idols, but also does artwork for Varia. So I've said it before, but the fact that like I'm on the same kind of art crew as one of my idols is, I can't believe it. And like Imada Wan, if you're a big YouTube art fan, he's a big deal on YouTube. He does art for Varia. So I'm, you know, I'm in good company. I'm in company. I always like to be the worst in the room because you learn. That's the way you learn the best, is you have everybody that's on a level or two above you, and you just pick up whatever information, you know, and that's hopefully what I'm doing with this. So we got some of these. Yeah, the beautiful looking work that he does. Oh my gosh. And then, yeah, so the Nurgle work. And then I saw this. I just love this texture. I did a study of this the other night, but I put it on this. So I just put that on there. But yeah, you see, you get really cool, like, beautiful art. But anyways, so purple, green. I was thinking this type of vibe would be pretty good. Let's do it. All right. So what can we learn from this one? So the background looks to be the greens, a lot of the cloud work, a lot of that. And then the mist is going to be that lighter purple. So my question is, what color do we want the dragon? Because I think that's going to be where we make the decision. Is the dragon will be a specific color, and you normally think, oh, a green dragon, but what, like, maybe the purple, because see this gray and this purple for this creature right here? Really cool. So we might hit up something like this. But also, if Guildhouse Games says Dagon's a certain color, he's a certain color. So that's always something to remember as well. You can have all these ideas in the world as an artist, as a painter, whatever, But if it does not fit the lore, kind of the because there's narrative guides, there's art guides, you have to stick with the guide. Well, like we said, places like Guildhouse Games, places like, Cubicle 7, Games Workshop, they're very, very, very particular on, they got their funding for a reason, because their stuff works. So you gotta play by the rules. You don't want to reinvent the wheel. So here's what we're gonna do. Let me come over here. Let me just do a quick color overlay. And then I am gonna get kind of that darker green, kind of that gray green. Actually, it looks like it's like right here. Something like that. And then we're gonna come here, soft round. Here, let me bring in a little bit of that color. There we go. Just as the smoke. Then if we want to bring in that nice kind of purple. So see how quickly that gray-green is perfect? Oh, color of the motor oil and old slimy mold. So, perfect. So we have that, right? We're gonna flip these. Since gray-green, that's sort of what we want for the dragon itself. So, easy peasy. We have that same purple selected. Now we're gonna come do the sky and stuff that purple color. And then we have this, bam. Kind of have that. Have that nice purple. Then we hit that green again, bring that up here. And what you'll see is that since we're working with complementary colors, it still really pops. It works no matter what position you have those. So that's why I like working in value first and then adding color a little later, because it's easier, in my opinion, to do this and be like, oh, we can flip whatever we need. Is this right? Good color map, that type of thing. Easier this way, because all it is a layer. You can just turn that layer on and off, So we have that, and then what we can do is get a little bit of that gray back right here, maybe for this area. It's like kind of cloudy a little bit. Very, very cool. Have something like this. And what's going to be nice is that pop of red from the blood. I think that's going to be really good. And what we'll do is we'll keep it not super saturated, but only for this head, and maybe a little bit of this head. So it makes this triangle of interest where our hero with the axe is coming through. So yeah, see, and what's nice about this is you'll notice there's just a little hint of green here, but primarily it's gray. But gray next to saturated purple looks green. So I do have some courses on color theory and things like that, but understanding the color wheel, people make it way more difficult than what it really is. Ooh, that's actually a cool look. So as Dagon goes further in the background, he's actually going to pick up more of that purple because he's receding into the distance and there's more of the air atmosphere, which is going to be purple. So if you get that purple, you bring it here, you'll notice that now that stuff, hold on 1 second, I got a phone call. Hello? All right. Sorry about that. We're back. So a little inside baseball. This whole week's been pretty busy. Let me, boom. This week's been pretty busy. My daughter had ear surgery yesterday, so that was her mom, and got medicines and all that stuff. So just following up about that. But boom, here we go. Everything's good. She's a trooper. She's knocking it out. So we're here. We are here adding some color to our black and white third, I guess, of our composition. So we have Dagon getting beheaded here. We got our blood god right here, summoning his berserkers. But this is the actual, this is what the card is going to be, is the glass shatter. And even I had kind of back here, since we have the glass masked out, I have like a galaxy behind it. This can work, but you know, we're going to do a little bit more on all of these other different pieces, and we're also going to develop that John Singer Sargent inspired part here in a little bit. My goal is to make sure that this composition reads really, really strongly and really well. It's gonna be, it's tricky, but it's fun. It's the fun type of challenge to be able to make this work. Because yeah, we want Calamity, or whatever the final name's gonna be, to hit the board, and then people then know, like, game on. You know what I mean? Like, the whole future's about to change, timeline's messed up. So that's the overall goal. So the technique is to not get overwhelmed with trying to make each one of these look too perfect yet. Yeah. So we'll just kind of get the color in there. We'll get that sorted. Then we'll get all of these added in, and then we'll just start doing the full-on deal. So, Blood God, let's keep going with Dagon a little bit. We got this. And since he's here in the background, we can even do some of that. Kind of introduce that back there. Make that a little more purple because it's receding into the background. So really at this stage, we're doing what's considered like color mapping. We're mapping out different colors that we're going to use primarily going forward. So we got this, we got like a brown. Let's try to get some of these colors to tie this in together. There we go. That nice kind of brown will act as a glue that glues the green and the purple together. Something like that. So yeah. We got that right there. Cool. Let's save what we got so far. Then we can come in here. Let's work on the Blood God for a minute. So we're going to work on all three of these. And then I have a new paint program open, Rebel 4. I'm a big fan of this. I'm just now really learning how to use it. But this is going to be great for us to get that nice, beautiful kind of John Singer Sargent traditional art look that then we can take in to Photoshop for final and kind of refine it. So, yeah. So we'll do that here momentarily. Really what I wanted to do is touch up on our blood god. A little bit. Little Koro action. This. Yeah, and kind of getting the old school executioner vibe for that mask. And once again, we don't need to push this to final because this is not the final area where Koro's gonna be. But just something to get us pushed in that right direction. Here we'll come in, we'll dabble a little bit. Kind of add to this. Kind of soften around here. So yeah, right now we have our soft round brush chosen, simply because it still allows us to kind of draw and get some of that good vibrancy in there, but we're not making our final decisions yet. You know what I mean? So it stays fairly, might need to change his, he has a little bit of the old T-Rex arms. But we'll see. It might be fine. It might be fine. But yeah, he has a little bit of tiny arms. Well, he's kind of holding... I was going to make a scythe, but the scythe takes up a lot of room. And it kind of takes away from the berserkers at the bottom, but maybe we can still figure it out. But he's kind of holding it up and out. He's not holding it directly by his side. He's holding it a little towards the viewer. So there's a little bit of foreshortening. And it's funny, I actually bought a book yesterday because I knew that we would run into this. So it's a staple, Hogarth dynamic figure drawing. Basically shows the proper ways to foreshorten, and I mean this is all kind of tried and true art stuff. It's always good to have professionals that lived before you were born that solve these problems. Because like I love creating stuff, I love drawing and everything, but a lot of it's pretty difficult. And to have super knowledgeable masters that came before you, like Loomis and Hogarth and you know, Mullins, and it's always great to go and learn what you can to be the most effective artist you can be for your client. We have that. And I wanted, it's funny, I wanted this to be like hand wraps. Like if he is the executioner, he does have his, you know, scythe or his beheading axe. And I didn't want him to have like fingerless gloves because that's a little Harley Davidson-y. But I thought just worn out blood sport style hand wraps. Just, and this guy's so enormous that those hand wraps are probably the size of a circus tent. They're huge. you know, and like tattered, and like it's almost like a flag where it's just messed up, like this banner, just really cool. So to try to get some of those shapes in there, try to get that vibe in there. Here, let me move that out the way. There we go. Let's actually bring in some of that lighter right there, because that will play better here. And this composition is due at the end of this month, so we still got a lot of time to work on it. I'm just excited that we have 6 dedicated hours to really dig in and make this happen. To really start solving problems, and then I can spend another 20-30 hours rendering and making it look the best it can be. Got that. That nice soft backlight is always a benefit when doing art like this, because, you know, it reads well. It makes your composition read super strong, even at a really low size. You got that. Okay. And we got this. Let me get hard round opacity. Let me find... There's that teal color. And I have this. Let's get... like this. Just putting in some generic shapes. So this is going to work fairly well in adding depth to the scene. To really kind of put in more berserkers, more enemies, more depth. And really show off the size and scale. So really what I need to do down here around Koro, I need to add some cloud coverage, because what I want it to look like is, because he's a blood god. He's, you know, serious business. He's probably what, 200-300 foot tall, like massive, right? So I need to add some atmosphere to him. To kind of recede him into the background a little bit. And what that's going to do is it's really going to push the piece, because he's going to just look bigger and bigger. The further I push him back, the bigger he looks. So we're going to go around kind of where this canyon, cave, you know, battlefield is coming up in this diagonal, like in this diagonal right here. We're going to add some cloud coverage of this kind of pink, purple, red through here. It'll help outline our berserkers up front, but it'll also make Koro himself look enormous. So usually how I do that, I'll come in on a new layer. I will get, let me get my 2020 brush pack, because I got some clouds here. Clouds. So I will just come over here and do this. So that already looks okay, but it's not as refined as I want it, of course. Then let me get another little deal. Get some of those. That one. So this is just the pure cloud look, right? But I keep it on its own layer, and the reason why I want to keep it on its own layer is so I can come in here and mask it and then outline what I want to show in the foreground. So I'm going to grab hard round brush. I have black selected on my masking layer. So anything white, and you see all this is white, all of it's showing. Anything black is hidden. So think of it like an eraser, but the data's still there. I prefer to work with masks and clipping masks and layer masks a lot, because you never know during a point of, like, let's say you get a commission and you're halfway through and the art team that you're working for had a meeting and they actually want to go back to a version a few turn-ins ago. Hey, by chance, do you still have that one that has the smoke looking all dense? Because we actually like that better. The great thing is, all I would have to do, let's say I come in here and, you know, I start getting rid of this. I start making some of the shapes. You have this, you have the arms, you have the sword, you know, this right here. Got some of those. So some of the berserkers right there. Same thing here. If I come over here, get rid of that, get rid of some of these. Kind of come over here, get rid of that one. You know, these are popping out more out of the smog. And then I can, like, come in here and kind of outline that. You know, kind of just push it, you know, kind of push it out. But let's say we do that and art team comes back and is like, you know what, we actually liked it where it was so dense near the bottom of the base. All I have to do is come over here, right click, and I can disable layer mask. There it is. Exactly the way I had it before. None of the data is actually gone, it's just hidden. And then, you know, you can enable layer mask, so you can see a back and forth right then. So if I were on a live video call with Anthony or, you know, Warhammer or whatever, and I'm like, well, okay, which one do we like better? Here's with it, you know, here's with the dense fog, here's without. Here's with, here's without. It's one button press. Not a lot of work, not a lot of extra time, but stuff like this is the make or break. In my opinion, if you're working with a client, this is the type of stuff that really makes a difference, because you want them to be happy with what you provide. And to have that kind of control is good. So we will keep the layer mask on for right now, because this will just help us whenever we import the piece. So let me go ahead and save. So we have that. We have a little bit of this right here. I'm going to come in just a minute after we do a little bit of our sketch piece. And we're going to really refine some of these colors, really start pushing and pulling shadows, things like that. But what we have to do right now is create a composition from scratch. So if you want to talk about starting with a blank canvas and going for it, here we go. So we do want to channel the John Singer Sargent, the beauty, natural world, figurative art look. What I'm thinking, I love all of John Singer Sargent's work. Here, let me move these over. That way they're kind of on their own thing. His work is so lovely and it's so beautiful. So what I wanted to do, my idea, because this is of the wizard, but he's hanging out with a son and daughter. So I found a decent son and daughter picture that John Singer Sargent did, maybe in a flower field. But here you can see kind of beautiful, this is more of an artist portrait that he did. I just really like the lighting in this. It's a little too colorful, I think, but something like this is sort of the color values I want to go for. That more subdued look. It's kind of romantic. It's nostalgic. It's it really hits home the fact of like, this is how good life could have been, but then something bad happened. So I like this idea for the wizard, actually. This longer cloth, the robes, so he's still, I'm thinking the difference between Gandalf the Grey and Gandalf the White in my mind. So more of the wholesome, you know, before he saw all the third war stuff happening in Middle Earth, Gandalf the Grey kind of laid back. So that's sort of what I'm thinking of our blood sorcerer, of our wizard before he became a blood sorcerer. This type of motif. And I was thinking maybe standing in front of a building or standing in front of a structure like this, which is also why I got this one, because the daughter could be wearing some of the old timey, the nice dresses, but you know, fairly basic. This, I just love the atmosphere and the look, so you can see that the mom is taking care of the child. Maybe the child, hey, what's up, Audie? Welcome, welcome, come on in. So you can see the mom's kind of like either getting onto the child or saying like, what are you doing? Did you scratch your knee? There's just nice little storytelling beat here. And of course, I love the look of this. I love the clouds. I love, Sergeant's a master. But more like I got this one because it's like day in the life of the wizard and his kids. So we're gonna find something that kind of brings all this together, I hope. So I do like the little boy, the little girl. I think I'm gonna copy their outfits. So this will have some nods to John Singer Sargent, but you may not even be able to tell. You may not even be able to tell because the actual, our actual composition is this. It's the broken glass. But I want the details in there anyway, because even if you don't see them, I don't know, and this might be me being hoity-toity artist. Thought was put into each part of the composition. A storytelling element is a part of every single one of these. I've thankfully been trained by Games Workshop and Cubicle 7 and Varia and all these projects. There's an old saying in film school, and I did go to film school way back when. It feels like a whole other lifetime ago. But something that our directing teacher would always bring up is he was like, think about what's outside the window. And what that means is even if you have all these scenes and the lights and all that stuff, what's happening outside? What happens outside of the frame? And I want to integrate some of that in here because I think having those really rich storytelling elements, and they have a little bit of personality and each one's slightly different, and that ends up being greater than the sum of its parts. So you see this and then you realize, wow, this reality is fractured. Look at what could have been. I almost want people, in a gameplay sense, they put down the card and they know, okay, all bets are off, everything changed. But then if you look at the lore, I want you to be like, wow, there's a lot going on here. That's what excites me as an artist, because it's like, okay, give that heart, give that meat on the bone, give that little extra something that really drives home the point of the story you're trying to tell. So just to kind of show and riff off what we're doing here, if I go here, we got this one. Let's bring in this piece just to show kind of what we're going to go for. So we go edit, paste. And of course, these aren't the final colors for this one. It's going to be kind of hard to read. But so if like Dagon's down here, yeah, probably down here would be our best bet. And then, you see what I mean? So now you have this, and the cool thing about a clipping mask, you can move this around and it's always going to be within the area that you put it. So if we have like, we have this, we have the beheading. So if like beheading's down here, see what I mean? So this is going to be the part where it gets kind of crazy, where our design sense is really going to kind of be pushed to the limit. Because we want to make sure this reads okay, but we want to make sure it has everything that we need. So that, and then I'm thinking we can actually do, we want to do this one over here, and then we can make the other composition, the wizard and his kids, more of a vertical piece, more of a standing up just to get this side. So you have two wider pieces on one side and then a longer, taller, or a taller piece on this other one to kind of fill in this area. And then what I was going to do is, you see here, then we're going to, of course, do a layer mask. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to hit that. We are going to get the cloud brush, and check this out. On the edge where you see these sharp edges right here between the two different compositions, we're going to block that out. That way everything kind of blends in with one another. You know what I mean? So you have these mixed realities. So like now this dragon piece is becoming part of the blood god piece. Then you're going to have the wizard over here to where he's going to become part of that as well, you know. Bigger pieces if you need. Yeah, so, and that's a really good point, is we're gonna see how this plays. And the very nice thing about having the glass as its own layer and it's transparent is we can come in here, and then if I wanted to do like, let me duplicate this layer. That way, glass copy, we do that. And now you see how these two, this is what the art looks like without the clipping mask. So if we come back in here and we go like Alt, boom, Alt, boom. So we have this. What we can do, I have an exact copy of the original. We can come into the glass copy and we can start moving around glass shards, and in real time, it still has the mask. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it still has, so we can make it look however we want. Like, we can hit a piece of glass like this. That way you get the cool dive, you get that beheading. And then, so this is really what it's about, I think, is bring in the pieces, make the pieces look good enough, but then you can work whenever they're in this composition that works better. So yeah, this is very much, this is a way more like, not only do you have to do 3 good pieces of art, but now you have to put it in a 4th piece of art and then make that piece look good and integrate all of them. So it's heady, but I like it. I like that kind of challenge because I get better. Like, whenever I do stuff like this, I always get better because I'm pushing myself, I'm learning new things, I see what shape language works best. So see, we have something like that for here. That's cool. Then if I wanted to come over here and we really wanted to make the blood god look like our boy the blood god, we got this, we got some of these. Now let me deselect that. Come over here. And since these are all transparent, it works really well. So if we have that, once again, Control T, hold Shift to scale it. So we have that, and then I can get rid of the galaxy to see how well it reads just black and white like that, so we can still see the cracks. So you can see that it's improved. We didn't even change anything on the actual paintings, but the way the glass is shaped and formed and what it shows is cool, right? It's just a cool looking deal. Of course, I can also come in after we're good with the positioning and the way things look and really make the glass work for our benefit. We can add more cracks, we can add more detail. So that's what I'm going to consider finished rendering. It's not necessarily going to be on the art, it's going to be on the glass. But you see what I mean? So like, very, very cool that we have this right here. Of course, I didn't push the colors yet. Whenever all of these colors are going to work together, I think it's going to be a really neat looking deal. So, but what we got to do right now is we have to create a brand new composition. So let me actually go File, New. Let me flip that. Let me do 1080 by 1920. Cool. And then we are going to bring in John Singer Sargent. So what I want to do first is I want to do an underpainting. So I'm going to treat this one just like a real oil painting. We are going to bring in, yeah, this one. This is just beautiful. I mean, look at these brush strokes. John Singer Sargent's so good. Up close, it's kind of, you consider it like quote unquote ugly painting, but then whenever you zoom out, it's perfect. And I love that stuff. So we have that. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to copy, or actually let's save, export, selected image. Let's do John Singer Sargent. Oh wait, actually just go select folder. Got it. Override name, John Singer Sargent, color comp. Export. Now we are going to come in here. Something I love about Rebel, bring in a reference image. Where is John Singer Sargent? There we go. Cool. Now we have our reference image. The reason why this is important is we can color pick. So what better way to make something look like a John Singer Sargent painting than to basically make a John Singer Sargent painting, you know? So we're gonna select, let's do oils. All right, we got that. And then let's do acrylic. I've actually had decent luck looking at the acrylics. Look really, really good in this. So we're gonna work in acrylic up front. So we're gonna get this nice beige color. And you can see, I don't know if you can see it, I'll zoom in a minute, but you're able to see these lovely actual paint strokes. And that's sort of what we love about John Singer Sargent. So that's what we're gonna integrate into this one, you know. So if we needed, like, kind of bring this in, sort of bring in just these colors right here. That way I can color pick and it's always going to be right. Kind of that softer look. Softer look. So right now I'm not really painting anything. I'm just getting a palette down on my canvas. That way I can color pick later and it's all going to work. It's all going to be harmonious. This is actually a portion of whenever you're working in traditional mediums, such as acrylic or oil, this is why you put paint on your palette. Oh yeah, it's John Singer Sargent is truly he's one of those guys that, you know, everybody kind of in the industry loves him and all this stuff. I still don't think he gets enough credit. I think he invented, or not invented, but he kind of perfected that look of effortless but completely studied. Like a painting like this, you know, I'm blocking stuff in 10 minutes, but he probably spent months on this painting because every single brush stroke was thought out. He would look at his canvas for hours at a time without doing anything, and then put on 2 brush strokes, and then he's done for the day. Because he knew what he wanted and he knew what he was after. God, he's so good. So we have something like this, and see, I love this color harmony anyway. So like we don't even, it's one of those things you don't even really need to paint anything, and this just looks good. Like just the way this all kind of comes together. Then you have some of these batches, and something I will do a shout out for Rebel. I love how the brushes feel in this. I had Rebel 3, the previous version, and I liked it okay. I could just never get it to work the way I like to work. But this is on another level. Like these slight smudges, you know what I mean? Like this type of stuff. I live for this. That's my jam. Like that's everything for me. So to have this work the way I want it to is unbelievable. And what's cool is you see I have a paint and mix option right here, but I can also just do a blend. So if I get this blend, it uses the same brush, but then what it does is it just kind of pushes the paint, and you can get these beautiful, like gorgeous, you know what I mean? I just love it, man. Like it's so good. But edge control, all of that. So now I'm just doing, basically I'm just channeling my art degree, like my painting, and you know. So we do have the design doc that shows what the wizard looks like. And we're gonna get that here in just a second. But I need to get, here's some skin tone. Some skin tone. Just beautiful, rich colors, man. Like, I just love it. And I'm thinking, so I'm super glad that Anthony's here, because I was actually going to ask him a little bit about the lore. So with our wizard, our blood sorcerer, oh, thank you so much for the follow. So with our sorcerer, will he basically look the same, only like a little more kinder and gentler? And he won't have, because currently he has like almost an inscription on his forehead. It's cool. It's almost like this Charles Manson-y, like the dude's crazy, right? So I wonder, do we get rid of that? And then do we make his hair a different color? Like, did he pull a, you know, he used to be like a brunette, and then the madness of learning dark blood magic made him like all white hair, big, like puffed out, crazy, you know, Doc Brown style stuff. So we have, the way he has lived for so long is that he drinks a homebrewed potion. Oh. Huh. Made from pickled troll eyes, it helps him regenerate. Interesting. So you can use the blood magic over and over again. Huh. So but it makes him look okay. Gotcha. That's cool. troll word. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's like you are what you eat type stuff. So would this be pre dabbling in the dark arts, or would he be still doing that? He would still be using the troll stuff maybe on the side, but he's not so like all consumed with that tension of, because like with that's amazing, because like now I think of a dark magician that's almost addicted. He's addicted to, he has to have that potion. Like he that's really cool. See, I love getting little bits of info and just like, that's how my mind works, man. And just like, I don't even know if it's lore appropriate, but like, whenever I hear that, I get really invested because I'm like, oh yeah, and then, just the storytelling of it is so good. So, and then we'll bring that in. Let me bring in that little pink red a little bit just to have it. This could be if you never started drinking. So, oh yeah. So this could be like pre-addiction. Maybe the kids actually exist somewhere, but he forgot. Oh, man. Oh, that's heartbreaking. And the kids could love him. The kids love him to death. Not quite like grandpa, but like, hey, it's our guy, and he got us some good bread, or like whatever, And then the kids are there waiting for him to come back, and he's just never. Ooh. Yeah, see, that's dope. It's so cool. Oh, now I want to paint for another like 40 hours. Just that sort of storytelling stuff is what I live for, man. Oh yeah. Oh, like the Alzheimer's angle, and then. Oh yeah, and then maybe he thinks the potion's helping it. If I get younger, maybe my mind will work the way it did. Oh, but then it's the thing that's putting. You know what this reminds me of? And I'm a big fan of it. Reminds me of Flowers for Algernon. It's maybe my favorite book in the world. Hell yeah. Like, now I don't know if you know this, Anthony, but you now just created my favorite Varia character, which is now this blood sorcerer. I feel it on a very, yeah. Oh yeah, he's just so oblivious. He doesn't even, he's like, no, of course, no, it's my, everyone would do this. If they could make the potion like I made the potion, everyone would do this. Of course. Like delusional. Oh, that's great. That's great. So if something like this. Okay. So we have sort of this right here. Ooh. It's like the ring. It's like the One Ring. It's like you gotta. Oh, this is so good. And there's so much you can do with it. And that's also why he would want to study to make something like Calamity. Because maybe there's hints every once in a while where he's lucid. He understands his life is not where he wants it, and he probably wants to turn back time. But then by the time he would get into the nitty-gritty to try to figure this stuff out, he hits the potion again, it kind of in one ear out the other, like, oh yeah, man. This is, you write some books about this dude. So what I want to do now, I have some decent colors, and I was just thinking, so I was just painting away, doing a master study. Let me try to force him into a different path, one that makes him happy. Oh, yes. Yes. See, guys, this is why it's so rad to work on projects like this. Because you get a back and forth, and then there's so much there's so many things to do, and you're like, oh, we could do this and we could do this, and there's all this excitement about it. It's so good. What I'm doing now, I'm actually going to look at some photo reference. We're gonna go to iStock Photo, and we're gonna look at some photo reference to try to get a decent, what do we want, what action do we want the wizard doing? Do we want him just standing there looking over the children? Because in a way, that's like a biblical allegory in a way. You see a lot of old Renaissance paintings and a lot of paintings for the church where, you know, Christ is looking over kids, you know, or shepherding or what have you. So we could go that angle. We could go that angle to where they're like, the kids are picking the flowers that we talked about. And then he's just happy overseeing them. Yeah, so let's take a look. I'm just gonna type in man with kids. Oh, see, there's some good ones. My bad. Oh, sorry about that Koro thing. Oh, there's some good stock. So I'm actually going to bring up the stock page. So the nice thing about stock pages is, you know, we're not going to be photo bashing. We're not going to be doing any of that. We're just going to be, all of these are kind of royalty free in regards of, we can take a look at composition. We can take a look at layout. We can take a look at what type of story we want to tell, just to get really good ideas. You know what I mean? And then we can come and bring it back in here, use this color palette to bring it to life. See, I was thinking something like this. Maybe you have wizard here teaching something, picking flowers, doing what have you. That shows that they were close at one time. And because that's the thing, and it sounds bad, but like, you kind of want to bring in the heartbreak. You want to bring in that little bit of like, man, what happened? Like, because we probably, in our lives, we probably all have something kind of like that. So you want to not manipulate emotions, but you want to really put them at the forefront, because I think this type of storytelling is critical. I think this sort of, this gives life. This really gives life to the pieces. And yeah, I mean, you could even have, yeah, kiddos reading, you know. So this is the hardest part, is making the decision, right? I mean, yeah, like that dancing with a princess daughter type thing. That dad being a ballerina. I've done that in my time. This might be onto something. Because, you know, kid helping out, instead of shattering the universe, he's rebuilding it. It's doing the polar opposite. Like, So we have that one. So we're going to get quite a few. We're going to get quite a few of these because we're still very open. They're still not, you know, we're not set in stone yet. We're not, so you don't want to lock yourself in too quick. Oh, here's a good one. Just for the real tug on the heartstring deal right here. Yeah, we'll get that one. We'll get this one. This one will also work well as a vertical piece, the stand up. I think there was one earlier that I really liked. I think it was on page 1. Where was it? Was it... This one's pretty good. I may not use this one, but I like the vibe. So, and like the lighting's good. So, do that. Paste that one. Okay, so I'm just adding these to my PureRef reference board that we will take a look at. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I think this one's a really good one too. Because this can also, let's do this. Let's go to copy, image, paste. Okay. So I think we're okay on the reference stuff. Because what's nice is this composition right here works like a mix of these two in a way, because you have the children right there. Hey, the kid even has almost kind of the same haircut. You know what I mean? So like, so it really depends on what vibe do we want, because we could get the colors like this on a beach like this, doing a pose like this. And then you could have little girl, either little boy or little girl on the shoulder, and then the other kiddo next to them looking at the flowers or doing something. So now it's time to work. Now it's time to start putting stuff in, seeing what fits, what makes sense. The fun part about this is normally this type of thing, this is where my 3 compositions would come from. I would do, like, this would be the card art. I would do 3. I would do one of them in the, you know, pointing at the horizon, one of them like kneeling and coaching, and then the other one, kind of a generic one, just quality time stuff. But we need to figure out which one's going to work best with our calamity. Because this is the purpose of the whole thing. This is the shattering of it. Like, it's all well and good to talk lore and do all that, but at the end of the day, does the card work? The card art has to work. It just has to. So I would think maybe this is our most effective, like if I were to zoom all the way out, this is the most effective John Singer Sargent painting, I would think. Fill the space well, and it's kind of funny if he's pointing at Coral. Look, that's well, and here that's actually a great point, because if the kiddo's pointing, it's gonna draw, like anytime there's an arrow in a piece of art, whether it's somebody pointing or like a sword pointing somewhere, your eye follows it. Just that's the way our brains work. Your eye follows it. So if we had the little boy pointing over at Koro, all of these diagonals leading down, and you have the serpent's heads coming down at that diagonal, and then we get a piece that points straight back up. Now you have this triangle of main event, main ideas. So you have Koro right here. The glass leads you down to the beheading. There's the beheaded head of Dagon. Then we can find something, whether it's a glass shard or whether it's a piece in the painting, to point us back up to the kiddo, who's then pointing, who leads us back into the card. That's a great idea. Let's do that. There we go. Settled. Done. Done and done. So we are going to bring, so as much as we like these other ones, let's move them out of the way. That way we have this, and we have this. Okay. So what we're gonna do, I am going to bring this down. Oh, I'm gonna bring this down. So we're gonna start picking colors from this other piece right here. So what this is, let's start blocking it. Okay. Let's bring this. I'm going to bring these colors down. That way I can use them before we get rid of them up here. And then maybe that's your darkest. That is your lightest. Okay. Bring this up. Kind of paint over this. Paint over this. Integrate that in. All right. So now we need the pose. So we got this pose. We are going to and then whenever we bring it in, we're going to just copy this, but then whenever we bring it into the composition, we're going to flip it. We're going to flip it horizontal. That way, instead of the kid pointing, you know, this way, he's going to be pointing this way towards the inside of the card. So if we do this, let's so we have this. We have that, so we'll get that darkest dark for boy's shoes. And we'll make sure the robe looks good. That's where this comes into play. So we got that. Kind of get that darker look, that darker brown. The lighter brown. Of course, that's going to be smaller, but the pointing there. And see, we're working real loose right now. That's another thing about that John Singer Sargent style, is he works very, very loose at first, and then he goes in and refines it, which is also what we're going to be doing. Got that, and then you got like a lighter. And of course, we're going to come in and make this look better. But for right now, it's actually looking okay. Got this, and then we got his head. I'll have to move that over a little bit, but that's fine. We're just still blocking in. He's there. Let's get that. Let's get that lighter. So just to get general shapes and general ideas, this is a lot. It's easy. It's fun to do. It doesn't have to look exactly right up front, and of course our duder has white hair, but we're gonna block that in here in a little bit. So if this would be something like that. Okay, I'm gonna let my dog out because she's about to bark. Come on, let's go outside. All right, there we go. So yeah, we're gonna block out these shapes. And we do know that he has kind of longer hair, white hair, but I'm gonna make the hair not look so crazy. So we have kind of this basic look. That's his arm. This right here is his leg. Then of course you have this leg. This is where his robe is coming up. We got that. Hey, what's up, Lupus? Good to see you, brother. Hope you are doing well, man. It's great to see you. It's been nice. There's been a lot of old school Hobo Nation members coming in from like, what, 5-6 years ago? Yeah, like you said, like 2014, 2015. It's crazy. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. We're just painting away, you know, doing our thing. So then if that one is there, then you know, and we are going to solidify this composition, tighten it up a whole lot, render it out and stuff like that. But for right now, it's just to be able to see if what we have is effective or not. And overall, I think it actually is. I'm liking this okay. Got to make sure that it all makes sense regards to like it looks right and the sizes are there, and yeah, I'm gonna come in and do this. Might even make him I might make all of this a little bigger. Because also what works really well and is effective right here. Doing good, man, doing well. Working on some card art for an awesome card game. Varia. This is part 3 of the 4-part composition. So what we notice with Sargent is he has what's considered muddy colors, which means colors kind of go into other colors. We can definitely see it right here in our main one. But I think that's going to work well if we make the sky lighter, bring in those clouds and stuff. Yeah. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to color pick the white that we have. Actually, let's color pick that white. Then let's come over here and do this. And what this is going to do is this blocks in a nice shape. Kind of went over that. That's okay. A nice shape for the horizon, right? So we got this. Let's do that. Bring that paint in there. And this way it's going to really show that negative space pretty well. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get some blue. We're going to bring this blue in here. And we're going to kind of blow out some of this blue. So yeah, we're working with the muddy colors. That's sort of the appeal of this. And if we do this and kind of bring this in, and then what you do is you start making those shapes that are like clouds. And then you're going to take this color and we're going to lighten it considerably. Before kind of gradually coming down like this. And see, now it looks like a whole different time of day. Just by putting in those random blotches. Then we're going to darken it. We're going to kind of gray it up a little bit around here. And remember, we're just working fast and loose right now. Just trying to make this stuff make sense. Let's do this. Let's go edit, save, export, selected image, select John Singer Sargent Study 2. Export. Now, let's open this one. Now we can kind of color pick from here and see how this is going to work. So you see it's kind of that muted blue, but the clouds are actually, the way the lighting works is it's bringing your eye to the characters, to the people in the paintings. So we're going to try to emulate that. We're going to bring in some darks right here. We are going to do this, bring that in. But then here, we're going to hit there. then like, so that's this one. Yeah, look how much darker that horizon line is. Let's bring in this horizon line a little bit. So what's really fun is to see stuff at this like rough area, but then whenever you see the final art and you're like, oh, okay, I get it. Like that's always, this is some of my favorite parts of a painting because it's what we call ugly painting. And we're able to infer a lot of information with not a lot of brush strokes. Because every brush stroke, since there's not a lot of them on the canvas yet, all of them mean something, which is good. That's what we want. So I like how that color is here, but then as it gets closer to us, it gets a little more saturated and pigmented. Do this. I'm gonna come in here. Let's paint and blend. So we're still not quite on a refinement portion yet, but we're getting there. Like, this is definitely approaching where we could start coming in and start rendering, and then it'll really start coming together, you know. Rebel is just so much fun to use because of how quickly it gets us our information. And remember, you remember how earlier we talked about what colors are we going to use for each piece? If I come out here, there we go. So red, teal, purple, green, blue, orange, wizard, and family, as that's the closest to real world colors. So we're going to really embrace these blue and these oranges, right? We're going to keep going with that because that way it's going to read the best that it can. And by the way, I love the traditional brushstroke look that Rebel gives you. It's just awesome. It's like, this is how my paintings look like on a canvas way early on before we start getting into the nitty gritty, you know? So what we'll do, got this. We want to make sure that the robe is actually there and doing what it needs to do. Okay, so here's one shoe, here's the other shoe, this was the other hand, this was that, here's that leg. See, and we could keep that fairly loose and it would still look okay. It would look okay. Kind of a point. And the faces and the heads don't look like anything yet, but trust me, we'll get there. That's very much a refinement phase. But just blocking in the color to be able to see if we can see it while, you know, while we're working this way. So also, yeah, let's bring in some of this. That's good because we want that sunlight to hit. Yeah, that's good. We got this. So it's like the brightest brights, you know, it's gonna catch. And it's really gonna look like that sun is coming through. And then kind of have that nice shadow here. See, and then like that's where this shadow is. Got good skin tone here. It's really like rich skin tone. Oh my gosh. that's facing there, we can have his shirt be like that. This. These. Oh yeah, because we want his hair to be that nice kind of burnt orangey. But yeah, we're starting to put in more of the technique there. Let's get our picture. So now this is where we'll start actually putting in a lot of the value of the shapes. So we'll kind of work on the boy right here because we got colors that we like. Let me actually go ahead, paint and mix. It's a little more clumpy, but that's good. That's what we want right now. Bring this in. Then we can get that color. And this is pretty exciting for me because this is the first time on any of my professional commissions that I'm able to do painting like John Singer Sargent, which is cool. I mean, this is the goal. This has been the goal forever, is to kind of get this more painterly look. And I'm glad that it's just a little, it's almost like a sneak peek in the bigger context, you know what I mean? So I just think that's really cool. See, and then we're coming here, and you know how I talked before about just carving? That's what we're doing right now. We're just carving these shapes to really drive it home. What we're looking at, you know? So like, we'll do this, but a little bit more brown. That way we can tell it's still the arm. And then there we go. So something like this. And of course we are gonna make it more refined, of course, but right now I'm actually feeling pretty good about that. Something I do like about the kid's face is we can outline the planes of the face like that. We're just simplifying the shapes. Let's get that darker. Oh, it's a little dark actually. Let's lighten that. There we go. Like that, and then we bring that up here. Yeah. We're starting to get there. You know what I mean? We're slowly but surely, it's starting to look the way we want it. So you zoom way out, it has that nice nice feel to it. Those colors are working okay together. Yeah. And I can also, let me crank up that lightness a little bit. That way we can, there we go. That sort of thing. Cool. All right. So we got that. Ooh. Oh, and then that light is actually catching right under here, which is cool. But what we need is a little bit darker around it to really sell that. But there we go. Yeah, see, those colors are working pretty good. I'll work out a little zoomed out. Got this. And then there's this nice negative space right here. There we go. See, so it's funny how just doing those little shapes help out so much in what we're trying to go for. Those little, just, it's a triangle of darker, but it's the thing that pops the rest of it. You know what I mean? So while I'm thinking about it, let me save as. Let's do, it's Calamity Prompt 3 sketch. That way, God forbid, if it crashes, we don't lose all of our stuff. So we have this. So we kind of have his shorts. But do we want his shorts to be... Let's see. I kind of like the colors nondescript. So what I'm going to do, I might add the little bit of blue, but it's going to be a little bit of blue. Literally, little tiny bit of blue. And that should be, actually, let me lighten that a little bit. There we go. I want to match the values. That way it's not overbearing, but the blue still pops pretty well. You know what I'm saying? So there we go. Something like that. So it's just a nice little hint of blue. And then we can do this. We can bring that to blue. Lighten it just a smidge to bring in that shadow. There you go. So, you know, we're getting closer. We are getting closer. Our Duder's face. So our wizard doesn't have the short hair like this. So what I'm gonna do is actually make the beard, make that type of stuff using the lighting information that we have right here. So really what it's gonna be is this hand is gonna be pretty important on this model, because this is gonna be what differentiates the arm plane of the child with the beard plane, but his beard is gonna match fairly closely to that of the robe. So what's really important to do is not mix different items if you don't have to. So we don't want his beard to look like the robe, which sounds weird, but you know, it is what it is. Because then it just won't make any sense as the viewer. You'll be like, wait, he's wearing his beard? Like, you don't want to run into that, right? So we're actually gonna keep this sort of dark right here. The other thing is we kind of don't want our wizard to look like Jesus necessarily. So that's another thing that we kind of got to watch out So if we bring this in, we bring it more gray, more white. I'm gonna bring the design doc up of our duder. That way I can make him look a little... Let's see. Where did I save him at? Okay. Where are... Okay. Oh, here we go. Bam. Okay. Let me open this. Okay. So here's what we got on our duder. Let me show. I'm gonna be careful not to show any of this. Let's take a look. Okay. Let me get the snipping tool. And then we have great reference for our blood sorcerer. Let's paste. So here's what we're working with. So this is after he has already changed. This is after he is already into that troll eye potion. As you can see right here, hanging here. So this is before all of that. I want to make sure he has the same haircut. I want to make sure he has the same beard. Maybe the beard's a little smaller. Maybe it's a little tighter of a beard because he just hasn't let it go. He's not full on addicted yet. Or he hasn't really even started the juice, you know. We will darken up his robe, but I want it to be kind of in between, kind of a grayish robe and then this darker greenish color, because I think this green will really work well if it's almost taking in a lot of this light from this blue sky. It's gonna be this nicer, more soft than something like this. I love this look, but this is also like, okay, perfect example. This right here, like, yes, his boots, this looks very nice, clean, you know, the way it is. But I'm gonna go one step further, like he just took it to the dry cleaner. He has it, it's looking pressed, looking great. He's got his act together, looking good. So really getting this, getting his head, the kind of the flat shape, nothing on the sides but up top, we're good. So we're going to come over here, we're going to get that color, and we are going to balden them up. Let's balden them up. Then if we get that same color here on the sides, and what's cool about this is going to be the same skin tones as the kiddo, because his head is facing the sky. You see? So that's why it's important to have good design documentation reference. This is where a lot of this is going to come from. All the designs, like, it's a beautiful design. He has almost like anime hair, you know, but it's a really solid, good shape. So we can use that to our advantage when designing this prompt. Then his beard, if it's here, can jut out a little bit of that beard coming out. We have this. We have the eyebrows. So it's really about getting the shape in, where he's almost like a nice old grandpa. Nice old grandpa. Looking good. Let's bring that blue in. Get that shape correct. Then we kind of get something like this. And I'm actually going to keep his piercings out. I'm going to keep them fairly clean, you know? So if we have that, if that's catching, then some of this, the top of the light is catching on that hair. Same thing on his eyebrow. So that's what we're gonna do, is we're gonna just develop his face, develop his features based on a slightly cleaner version of what we know he has anyway. We have this. And it's important to get the likeness. But since the only likeness we have where he's evil, it's my job, I think, to go in and smooth out some of these harder edges. Because what you'll notice, the design's awesome because it has really sharp eyebrows, like a sharp eyebrows coming into the sculpt of the head. His nose is long, pointed. So that's what we're gonna do. So even like here, we want it to still look like him, but it's a little much. You know, we want that lightness to be dead on, but we also don't want... We don't want it to be too overbearing on the rest of the piece. And then he has that. This. It's actually going to catch under here. Because the light, since it's harsh light, it's going to cast that shadow. There we go. It's going to cast a shadow. So we're getting a lot of heavy ambient light from all around. So that's why we are getting these bright looks at, there we go. So this is a decent little, then let's get that darker. So yeah, see how it's starting to take shape. Still not refined yet, but we're getting there. So we have that. Now let's do more color picking here to really drive that point home. Let me blend. Bald heads are very soft and shiny. I should know. So we're mixing kind of all of those little values and slight tweaks and coming here. So yeah, we have a slightly tighter beard. Blending this stuff in. Like that. Okay. So it's getting there. It you know, we're gonna tighten it, we're gonna use some harsh brushes, we're gonna go into Photoshop, we're gonna manipulate it a bit. But like, we're okay. Like, I'm feeling okay with where this one's headed. it's different. It's actually vastly different than the other ones in the composition. But you can tell, hey, little boy up on the shoulders. I do need to refine the shape of his hand holding onto the boy's arm. And kind of this area needs some work. So we're going to do that real quick. Let's see, where are my... Okay, there. Got something like this. And like little boy's face and stuff. We'll fix a lot of that in Photoshop. We're going to go in with the tighter brushes and really work rendered out that way. So let's come over here. We have this. We have kind of this sort of deal right here. There we go. Yeah, there we go. That, and then coming over here, now we have his hand. And then that hand is going to catch the light as it does here. This is why reference is so critical, is because it's not about painting something that looks realistic. It's about painting something that looks believable. And I always, whenever I tell my students, and I'm teaching that, I don't care what type of art you're interested in, whether it's anime, whether it's realism, whether it's old school like abstract, impressionism, you know, any of that stuff. The goal and the reason why you want to study fundamentals and form and shape and value and all that stuff and perspective, it's not because everyone should paint realistically. I don't think that's true. In fact, I don't really like to paint realism. I like to paint something that's believable. So that's the job. That's really the job is you know, I'm paid by clients to take something abstract and take a formal idea and make it believable, not realistic. Because I don't know about you, I don't know the last time I've seen a 7-headed dragon get beheaded by a dude with an axe in like going to the grocery store, but that doesn't happen. So my job is to bring realistic things such as light, value, shape, to bring about that realism of what we would consider real in fantasy art. So making a hand look like a hand is pretty important because you need to show that that's a hand. Like if someone's holding on to something, they will usually do it with a hand, or you know, or if they're a creature like a pincer. Well, if you need a pincer, look at a crab. Look at something in real life that has pincers so we can relay that information back to the viewer. Let me darken this. Cool. So see what I mean? Like, we're taking the rules of reality and using them to bring our deal from imagination to life. So that's why reference is important. A lot of people will be like, oh, if you're using reference, you're cheating. I don't know about you, but I never knew what anything looked like until I saw it. I never knew what a tree looked like until I saw a tree. You know, you need to know what the things look like. If I was hired to paint a tree and I didn't know what a tree looked like, I'd be in a world of hurt, wouldn't I? You would need reference. You need to look. You need to see how the world works around you and then implement that. Really bring that to life. So we have this. Okay. So and then if we zoom out, you can see it's coming more and more together. The face needs a little bit of work. I think I'm actually going to copy this pose to where he's looking in the distance alongside the little boy. Right now he's just looking, he looks grumpy that he's holding onto the kid, which is not what we want. We don't want that. We want him to have that happy look, that sort of. So let's do that real quick. Let's come in here. Let's come in here and let's solidify this angle. So we're going to use the colors we already have. We're going to use that to get this angle right. And then we're going to use that same sun kiss look to outline not only his nose, his eyebrows, this right here, but see how it's just going to give life and that brightness. There we go. Bring this over here. And then this is where that beard is really going to come back into play. It's right there. Back here, here. And then we're just going to do the bottom lip. The top lip is going to be covered by the beard. But to get that shape of him looking away into the distance with the little boy, that's where your storytelling is happening. You know, that's the important thing. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. Old man wizard hanging out and doing the thing. Yeah. Let's do that, sort of. Come in here. And then what we're going to do, we're going to get the really, really bright. We're going to come in and we're going to outline. Get that really harsh rim light. It's kind of blown out there. Outline, outline. 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 And then let me actually lighten that up a little. So that's cool. Like, I do really dig. Yeah, that face looks better. That face looks better. His head's a little too perfectly round, so I'm gonna fix that real quick. It's almost like a cue ball. So we're just gonna. There we go. There we go. So that's the sort of deal that we got. So we have him looking over. I mean, it's still a little bit too far over, so we're gonna push that in a little. We're gonna push this over, because really that portion might be a little too far over. That, let's darken that. Really, this is going to be easier once we go in and fine tune it in Photoshop. But for right now, it's actually not bad. Not too bad. Got this. So his ear. His ear is actually covered. So this is where her hairline is. So yeah, it's a little much. Do something like that. That white in there. Get the cheek. There. There we go. So this is really what a lot of this is. Do you always like to have the light source coming from the direction the character is facing? So that's a very good question. It really does depend. I'm a big fan of mood. So whenever I get a commission or whenever I work with a client, I always ask, what is the mood we're going for? Because mood, in my opinion, is color and light. If you want something really scary, not a lot of light, maybe a hint of, you know what I mean? Like you just think almost like a scary movie, or what makes something scary, not being able to see it. But in this, we wanted a happy sort of composition. So yeah, we looked at some stock on kind of what the poses should be and things like that. And then we're looking at the John Singer Sargent stuff because his vivid use of color is just perfect. But this is a happy piece. This is a piece that we want to be bright, happy. So when you think bright, happy, you think sunshine. Sunshine, there's different ways you can do it. You can do a really harsh light, like blown out background, which is why we've worked on Warhammer stuff. But like you see this traditional fantasy art look, really high saturation, blown out backgrounds, things like that. But it still allows for a good mood because your contrast is there. But if you're out in the bright sun, like Sargent's a genius because he was able to put really dark shadows. These shadows would not be this dark in reality because you would have so much bounce light coming from that water. Everything's kind of getting that light because you basically have a giant light box over you called the sun. And this atmosphere is going to make sure it diffuses the light. So we're keeping this pretty soft right now because our other two compositions that are going to go inside the glass are darker. They are darker. They're a little more foreboding. But we have that look of that fantasy art that we're going to implement into our shattered glass composition. So this one is a different feel because we want that mood to be a little lighter, but light is a big deal in that. In this one, it's going to be, yeah, it just brings in interest. Having characters literally looking and pointing at something is going to make you wonder what it is. It's going to add that interest of what are they looking at? Oh, and they're getting a lot of this rim light from the sun, but also there could be a subtle light source coming from the thing the little boy's pointing at. So it's really storytelling centric, is what are we trying to convey within the composition, within the scene. And that usually dictates where I want my light coming from. This one's a little more open. So you get very pastel-y colors, very light. Like there's not a lot of darks here. You have his shoes, you have kind of the shadow, but there's not a whole lot of dark. Even his hair is fairly light in the value scale because we're out in the open. But that's part of the fun. I think that is part of the appeal of stuff like this, is you give it completely different looks. So let's actually export this. Let's save. Let us save as. We are going to save this in our Varia folder. Where are we at, buddy? Varia. Let's go to Calamity. Let's do Photoshop image. So this will be wizard child prompt 1. Hit save. So we're kind of done for right now inside of Rebel. Now we are going to bring this in and see how our composition works. And see, these colors are so much different than the other ones. So if we go like select all, edit, copy merged, okay. Let's come over here. Then if we add edit paste, make this larger. We're going to edit, transform. We're going to flip it horizontal. So the little boy is pointing at, at Koro, a freaking blood god. Not really, but because this whole piece is considered Calamity, that's what we want this to do. So then we're going to mask it. And now we're going to manipulate these glass shards to be able for us to be able to read what we're actually looking at. So I think that's part of the fun, you know. So this does look very, very soft. So this light does look soft because I have a copy of this glass over this on a soft light. So what it's doing is it's softening all of these realities to make the glass be the main star of the show. But really what we're trying to do now is make sure that our glass allows us to have here, let me get rid of these. This is just to make sure that our glass has plenty of room to show the rest of the pieces. So that's why this one's it's a challenge. It's fun, but it's a challenge. Is now we have to make sure the main ideas of all of these realities work well together. So the first thing I want to do, I want to get this glass copy. I want to get this piece of glass, and I want to move it. Let's do this. And it's cool, we can make new pieces of glass. We can change the size of them. So if I do this, since we're on a layer mask, I can move, I can rotate, I can manipulate. You see what I mean? So if we have something like that, so same here. Let me get this glass piece. Let me break it apart from that one actually. So this is a good template right here. Yo, welcome. What's up? We are doing official card art. Card is named Calamity for the card game Varia. So we are putting together the composition in such a way that it reads well, gives us a lot of good info. But is not overbearing. So we have this, we have this. We can even do this glass piece right here. Let's rotate that. Cool. So we got this. Then we're going to come over here. We're going to blend these in. I'm going to mask here. I'm going to get me Lovely Paint number 2, or actually Lovely Paint, one of my favorite custom brushes. And we are going to get rid of this border. So all of these start playing well together. So all of these realities start joining in, because that's the goal of the card. And because we're doing subtle shifts of things, we want to make sure that it all reads really cleanly. Because if a card's going to be like that, like that's the real size, you're going to see this on a card. So we need to make sure, actually it might be a little bigger, maybe like that. So we need to make sure this reads well. And what we're going to do now is we're going to come into each one of these and refine them to work well with the glass. We're going to change the glass. We're going to alter some of that stuff. But we're going to color code this. So our nice wizard with the little kid is going to be blue and orange. Let's see, where's our color coding? Here we go. So yeah, so the Blood Berserker and the Blood God, which is Koro right here, he's going to be red and teal. Blue and orange is going to be the wizard and his family. And then the purple green is going to be the Dagon beheading. So Dagon's a dragon with 7 heads, and now he has 6, because our boy right here with an axe, which we will make sure we can see, because right now it's masked out, beheaded our dragon. Oh, but see, we took away that dragon shard and made that shard for him. So, or actually, no, we didn't. No, we didn't. Here's what we're gonna do. Watch this. Bring in that dragon head, bro. Okay. And that's cool because you can always come back here and just sort of make this like painterly right there. There you go. For Koro. We're totally gonna put that blood emblem. Koro has the sickest icon. Like the death hand, like that's so cool. I want to put this in there. So yeah, it's really overall making sure that this looks like a glass shatter while having cool looking art within it. So it's a little tricky for sure, but what we can do is if we do something like this, we do duplicate layer. Here, let me move that. See, and this is what it looks like without that glass effect. So really what you're doing is you're bringing all of these different things together, and you're making these work as one set piece. You see what I mean? So you have 3 different compositions and one big piece. But what the trick is going to be is to make it have this glass over top and have it make sense. So there's like soft light, hard light. See, so even something like this could work well because you have these really harsh borders on the ice, or on the glass. So you really get that feel of, okay, here's some shattered, and it looks like each piece of this is within, you know what I'm saying? Like within, so if we come over here and we're like, that's in there, that's in there, that's in there. Oh, not that one. That's in there. And then you do like a, oh, not soft light there. Let's go overlay. Then let's go There we go. So it looks topsy-turvy already. You know what I mean? Like, you want to get that glass shatter, and you want it to look as legit as possible. So I'm actually pretty happy with how that looks. I'm going to change some of the stuff kind of up here. I'm going to kind of bring out some of these glass shatters, kind of add some more. That way each kind of main part gets its own day in the sun. Going to erase some of this right here, make sure we can see the dragon head. So there's some main ideas. We have Koro the blood god summoning berserkers. We have Dagon getting his head ripped off, and then we got Wizard with a child. So those are our main ideas. Those are the ones we need to make sure read very well. Everything else can be pretty and shattered and look really cool, but this is where it happens. You know what I mean? These are going to be the main events. So the best way to tackle this, and then just for funsies, here's a cosmic background, but it throws off the values quite a bit. I thought it would be a cool idea, and maybe it is, but maybe I would have to bring this opacity down to like, oh wait, not on that one. Maybe I need to bring this opacity down like this to get a little bit of color in there of a cosmos, but nothing super overwhelming. And then just to make the rest of this look like glass. So still a lot of work to do, but the good thing is I think I have like 8 days left on this one. We've made incredible progress so far today, and we're still live for about another hour and 45 minutes. So overall, feeling good about where this is headed. My whole thing is the readability side of it. We want to make sure that this reads okay at size. So, and I do like the little bit of extra glass texture over top. Because, like, if you look at little its head right here, it's a neat looking effect because it just adds a little bit more of that glass interest. But you also don't want it to be overwhelming. You don't want it to be so much that it takes away from it. Because it needs to read like glass breaking. But we also don't want to get rid of too much. We don't want to have too much of it. So there's definitely a balance. Let me see something real quick. I kind of dig that because now the glass is the important part, which it always is. I'll kind of get rid of the one in front of Koro's head. I'll get rid of... Let me try that real quick. Oh, let me go to Lovely Paint. make sure our dragon head can be seen. And then also so that's what I mean. Like, this type of stuff is a lot of the really cool problem solving. And while this type of stuff can be stressful, it's also like a ton of fun to be able to figure it out. It's like a puzzle. You have to figure out how well it reads. You have to figure out all of these other details. You know. But okay. And then it's arm there. Also try fewer shards, maybe big ones around the edges. As you get to the center, the shards get smaller and higher in quantity. That's a good idea. Because I am overall liking the vibe. So really what this is, I'm going to come over here. Let's close some of that gap. I think that's a good idea. So this is the part that it gets a little stressful, because I'm about to make changes that I can't really come back from, but that's okay because it's going to work out better. So there's a saying during all this that, like, you can't be afraid to kill your darlings. That's what we're going to do. So I like how a lot of these are brighter shards because it looks like light is coming through the composition and hitting the glass shards. So we're going to embrace that. However, something Anthony brought up, I'm going to try to connect a lot of this glass right here. And then that way, once we get here, we're going to keep this really chaotic. But then we're going to make these bigger, solid pieces of glass. So let's do that real quick. Let me duplicate this, of course. Okay. Got that. Let's go to normal. Okay. All right, so this one's normal. Now here's what we're going to do. We are going to hard round. Let me gonna do this. So it looks a little weird having all these be very, very sharp and then coming in and like doing painting like this. But once we add those effects and once we add the layer properties, you won't even really be able to tell that anything really changed. So yeah, so now this is one huge glass shard instead of the broken up piece. Here we will join these two together. Basically, it's just treating it like edges of a painting. We're just going to get rid of some of these right here, and like this line, we don't need that line. This line, we don't need that line. We don't need nap time. Have a good nap. Thanks for stopping by. Very good to see you. let's get rid of all of that. Oh. So yeah, these are making them very, very larger shards, but I think that will work better in our for the composition. I think it'll help solve some of the problems we're running into right now. Is that... Bring that value in. Bring that value in. Okay. So then, we have this. Let's also connect those. Let's connect that. Keep it lighter. Then what we'll actually do is kind of break these apart. Oh, wait. We'll get these a little smaller. Oh, wait. I need E for eraser. There we go. Okay. Okay. So let's try this. And what I could do, come over here. Let's do brightness contrast. Brightness up a little bit. Contrast way up. Actually, brightness, let's crank it down. And then what we can do, get this. Come back over here. Oh, let's go B. Perfect. Okay. I'm gonna hit some of these areas really bright, so they really pop up. All right. Some of this, come here in the middle. All right, So yeah, that's really starting to show the shatter effect. Let me try this real quick. What I'm doing here is I'm vignetting, which means I'm darkening the outer portions to bring your focus towards the middle. So in the middle, what's nice is it is kind of like chaos. All of this is blending together. You can't really tell what's happening. But each part of this, you can read okay. So what I might actually do here, this might now be what we work on. Like, we're not going to go back to this. We're not going to go back to this. We're not going to go back to this and do any tweaks. I think we just start from here. That way, all of the decisions that we make, we know are going to read well as the glass, because that's all we're working with now. We're working with glass. We're working with each of the compositions. We're trying to make it to where it reads super easily, super well. Then we did get that. So let me bring this. And then we can really start doing our color coordinating and really start making each glass shard look super pristine. Yeah, you know what? This is a fairly good spot to where we can start making things happen, because then if I need another glass shard to elongate this, I'll just paint in a glass shard and then paint what I need to inside of it. I think we're at a decent place there. Okay, so this is going to be save. Because this, it's funny because it has this effect, and I like the effect, but I just need to kind of tone it back a little bit. It's hard to tell what anything is unless you really look at it. So like, you can tell that's Koro, but then like the rest of it kind of goes away a little bit. And then you can't really tell what this is until you see, oh wait, that's a guy. Well, what's that guy doing? Well, what is this, a monster? What is this over here? Is that connected to that? So my job now is going to be link this stuff up to read well. And then same thing over here. Like you can tell, like, what is this? Oh, it looks like a person, but like here we kind of lost the wizard, right? So we need to repaint that in. Yeah. So let me do that. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. I'm gonna grab a soda because I have my little snackies. I have little pretzel thins. I'm gonna eat a little bit of those real quick. But then we'll talk about Q&A. We'll do that, and then we'll start grinding away on this one. I'm excited with how this is coming together. It's just very important to me that we get the reading of Dagon being beheaded. We really get Koro and some of the troops down here. Then we get that nice feel, that feel good right here. But I will be right back in just one moment. All right, we are back. Bam. Okay, cool. So we are back. Let's hop back over to the comp. So we want there we go. Okay. All right. So this is probably where, let me bring this opacity down a little bit. There we go. All right. Then I wonder if that works better. Just a little larger. The hand is kind of on its own shard. We can see the face of the wizard. We'll be able to kind of paint that in a little bit. Then we'll really up the contrast on this. We'll kind of connect some of these dots for the glass shards. The coral one I actually feel okay about. I am gonna improvise another berserker right here that you can actually tell what it is. But overall, the coral one I feel okay about. I think that works fairly well. I'm of course gonna kind of come in and render out his mask and things like that, but overall, I like the coral one. Need to refine this one quite a bit. And then we'll just sort of paint away on this one. Kind of make that happen, you know? Get rid of some of this goop, as it were. So let's try that. Let's go. We'll do this as setup. Let's go select all, copy. Oh, nope. Edit, undo. Edit, copy, merged. And then we're going to edit and paste. That's going to go over the setup folder. And then everything that we have right now, we're going to drag into that setup folder. Bam. So clean PSD files are happy PSD files. I need to go back and name everything, but we're not there yet. Let's duplicate this layer. Let's call that merged copy. We're going to call this paint over refine, because that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to go in, we're going to start finding these shapes. We're going to start refining some of this brushwork, making it happen. So that will be good. Let's go to platinum set. Cool. right. Then we are gonna come over here. We're gonna refine the boy's face, you know. See. So kind of what I'm doing right now, I'm just going in and trying to refine shapes to read within the glass. I'm gonna do this all across everything. That way, if you're able to like zoom in like this, you can kind of make out what it is, but once you zoom out, it goes away in the shattered glass effect. Yeah, this is just a lot of information. I don't think we need all that much. So, kind of got this. Paint that around. So we are going to go and actually refine his face at some point, I promise you. But right now, yeah, we're just trying to make these shapes work okay. Yeah. This. So then, yeah, we will come in and kind of hit these up like so. And then we'll get the nice harsh white light, like the overhead light is catching on the glass shards, It adds this really cool, like, three-dimensional effect to it. And what's nice is we can use those to our advantage. Like, if I want you to look at our good pal Koro here, I'm going to make that an arrow pointing to his face. So, like, as you zoom out, you know, in all the chaos and stuff, it's a subtle little hint that maybe you should look up here. It's not overwhelming because there's so much chaos happening on the canvas, but we're going to do little tiny design choices like that just to really drive home the point that there's a lot to look at. There's a lot to think about. There's a lot, because when this card hits the battlefield, there's going to be a lot to think about. Trust me. Like, all the time manipulation and stuff is just wild. Ooh, and actually, I kind of like this. So, I was very much thinking, let's keep everything within the glass shards. I put the little boy's hand coming out of the glass. I'm not going to do this for a lot of it, but I think once each composition, there could be a part that comes out of the glass, because then that also brings home the point of, is this real or not? Like, what are we looking at? Is this reality? Are they breaking the fourth wall? Like, what are we actually observing? And anytime a piece of art makes you ask thematic questions, I think that's a benefit. I think that's something good, because it gets you engrossed and it gets you invested. It has to make sense, but I do think there's something to that. So, yeah, and then like this, should mimic the shape. There we go. Something like that. We're gonna come through. I'm gonna get rid of some of this debris, just to really sharpen up some of these edges and really bring the focus home. That way it's just not like complete noise randomness. Okay. Like that. And then we can even play around a little bit with some of these shadows, like the glass shard is causing a shadow on other parts of the composition. Yeah, just really add some of that depth and layering to the piece. See, so now that has that nice effect of like laying on top, and like the card art's kind of coming at you, you know? So we might hit some of those up a little bit. I am gonna come in here actually right now and start refining our duder. around these glass shards. Let me take that. Get a little bit of brown. There we go. Make it a little more skin tony. And then let's darken that. Right. So, I think since we're going to do yellow green, or not yellow green, purple green, let's make his cape dark teal. Because if you have purple and green, and those are complementary, you can get the mid color, or like if you're looking at it, if you're going around the color wheel, you start there at the middle, and then we can do this, and then we can darken that value quite a bit. And this should make his cape really pop. Or his cowl, I should say, really pop. And then since this is catching light, so if we come over here, let's actually darken it and get it brighter saturation, or like more chroma. Let's bring it even darker. Yeah. It's almost like a superhero cape. And then the glass shards will act as a breakup of the color. So it'll really give us this neat effect of the glass is really interacting with all of the Yeah, this is gonna be pretty dope. I'm pretty happy with what is happening here. So, then we're actually gonna refine face, refine that. I'll add his mouth later. How about that? I'll add the mouth later. we're gonna come over here. So then I could even brighten this. Like the light is hitting that glass. And almost like that cool light refraction. Whenever light hits items like glass or metal, light does really weird stuff. It goes in a straight line, but you never know how super highly saturated light is going to react to something, which is another reason why having reference is very, very good, especially when you get to more complicated things like this. So we'll try to do this, kind of run over here. Done. Cool. What we could do, we could actually make that axe be the thing that comes out of the glass. That would be cool. Just kind of get rid of that glass shard right there. That would be cool. So, I'm hoping so far what this has done is this has helped that readability a little bit. Yeah, I think it has. So our character is looking more pronounced. We'll definitely do the same thing to Dagon's beheaded head. And then maybe this face as well. And yeah, we'll... Yeah. All right. So yeah, now we're just at that state of rendering. And really, all that we're going to do until final, until turn-in, is render. We're just going to render stuff out. I do feel good about the overall look and the vibe. I think the devil's going to be in the details. I think really hearkening and harping on this ice motif, or not ice, glass, is going to be very important. I think this is going to be the thing that sells it. So, I mean, I think there's even going to be some pieces that will be pure white, like that sort of thing, to really kind of drive home the different lighting scenarios here. Yeah, something like that. Then, that's a good one. And then, like, we will fill in this. Just really cool abstract designs that will tie each of these things together Because I think if we really refine Koro, if we really refine the boy in the face of the wizard, and we really refine the beheaded dragon head, the kind of killer, the dragon slayer, and then one of the other dragon heads, I think we can kind of do whatever we want everywhere else. Because I think it's going to read pretty well. And then, of course, what you can do, really to make this pop so it doesn't look flat, is whenever you do a brightness contrast pass, we're going to do the brightness down considerably. Probably like this, you see? And then the contrast up a little bit. Because then what we're going to do is you're going to grab... yeah, we can grab the soft round brush. And we're going to blast in light by using a mask on places that we want the viewer to look at. So like, that's where light catches. Here's where light catches. You know, and this is just real quick, but, and then this is how you'll make it really read and pop well. That's going to be the very finishing touch, is we're going to go over, we're going to do a pass like this, a lighting pass. Then I'm going to go and do very small details with this color paint by color selecting. But yeah, that's how it's going to end up. So right now it looks pretty flat, but that's okay. Because right now we're just doing detail. We're doing rendering, we're doing detail. That final lighting is really going to be where this comes together as this chaotic mess of light and form and shadow and, you know, just really neat, interesting effects that we're going to have. So basically we're vignetting everything that we want the viewer to be able to see, while also retaining the sharpened glass look that we've kind of made the whole composition on. So do that. Let's do the little boy's face, because right now he ain't looking so hot. He looks unwell, you know. So let's go over here, and I'll show you another amazing thing about PureRef. Let's bring in PureRef mode, always on top. So PureRef's great because you have your reference in here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to flip it horizontally. That way he's facing the right way now. And now we got it. Okay. So now we're going to come in here, and we're just going to tighten up. We're going to render the face. Thank you, Stroll. Have a good night, man. Thank you so much for hanging out. So yeah, this is the part that is just very time consuming, because you want to make sure all of your details read well. You want to make sure everything's rendered out correctly. So this is the part where, you know, you put on a podcast, you do what you got to do to kind of just shut your brain off and render. Just put in the time, you know. And a lot of people, myself included for the longest time, were really worried about this step, about rendering, like going in, adding details, because they felt like, oh, I like what I have, I don't want to ruin it by overworking it. And I feel that, like, I totally, you know what I mean? Like, I know what you mean, but I always think, you know, your mind is the thing that got you this far. You're not gonna let it completely, like, blow out. It's not gonna completely get ruined. Now you can overwork it, which means things can look too rendered, and then stuff doesn't look quite right, because some stuff looks almost photorealistic while other stuff is still rough. But the way it's funny, the way I avoid that is I get bored. I actually get bored enough that I'm like, no, I'm kind of done with that. I'm gonna move on to something else. So that right there, part of my, you know, OCD, is nice, because it's I don't know, it's kind of a blessing and a curse, because I don't want to just spend all day rendering everything of hair. Like, that's not what I'm interested in. But I think that's why I also enjoy the work of people like John Singer Sargent, because with very minimal brushstrokes, they're able to convey a lot of information. So that's a goal of mine. It's definitely something that I want to get better at, because I think it will serve me well in the career, you know. So we got that, cool. So now, if we come back over here and look, now the kid part is starting to look pretty good. It's just detailed enough to get a sense of what we're looking at. And now I'm actually gonna go ahead and do this arm, because the arm looks really smudgy, and skin is not supposed to look smudgy. You know, skin is the one thing that if you put time in, or the one thing that you should put time into. Everything else can be smudgy all day, every day. But human skin, since we kind of know what other human beings look like, we want to make sure that we don't freak people out. You know, that it's not super off-putting, you know. So we'll kind of smooth that out a little bit. All right. And then we'll kind of color pick that. My dog's growling at me, so I'll let her outside real quick, and then yes, and then I'll be right back. Come on. Outside. No worries. She's being a butthead, so she's not going up. But yeah, so we kind of softened that. I actually need to make this a little bit more of a direct. Oh, wait. Okay. Here we go. Let's get that color. Some of that. Up over here. Here we go. Here we got it. Kind of make that sharp. There we go. So this is such fine detail that no one's going to be able to see it, but when you zoom out, it definitely reads more naturally as an arm. You know what I mean? And then in fact, I need to change the anatomy a little bit because his arm should not do that. His arm should come down there and then do that. So there we go. There we go. Quick fix. Quick fix. Cool. And the hand, I mean, the hand actually looks kind of okay. We will fix it to match more of the reference though. So something like that. So yeah, the kid's looking good. Kid's looking good. I think now it's time to hit up our boy, the old wizard. Let me go ahead and save this. Yeah. So we got about 45 minutes left in the stream. But I hope you guys have enjoyed kind of looking at this process. Now, yeah, we're just really finalizing, we're tweaking, we are doing full render, which means we have all the information on the canvas that we need. Now we have to go and refine, we have to give more detail, we have to make sure the shapes work, the composition works okay. Feel okay about the composition? It is dynamic, it's kind of overwhelming to look at everything. So those will be the final tweaks, is really lighting and hitting specific kind of story beats within our composition. So what we'll do, we have face right here. So I will make the face. And then we will, once again, like we did in Rebel, we'll go in and then we'll render out the hair and stuff. So actually, I wonder, I think... Mo! What is up? Good to see you. We're in the render stage now. We did some setup. We've been live for, 4.5 hours. Or 4 hours, 14 minutes. So, we are just coming in and starting to get things where we want them, really. Got this. See, actually, let me make it a little bigger. A little bigger, not much, but there we go. Then that way I can hit here. Remember, bald heads are just basically giant old spheres, you know. Thank you, yeah. So this is a fun one. Calamity. Shattered Realities. So 3 different compositions in one big composition. Shattered to look like craziness. So yeah, now what we're doing is we're just going and we're refining the main ideas. And then I think the last bit of the passes and stuff is going to be finalizing the look of the glass, doing slight color tweaks and stuff, just really making sure that we can sell the idea that this is a world that it's completely blasted, you know. And we're doing that right now by making sure we have 3 main ideas. So we have the wizard and the child. We have Koro right here, blood god, that we're going to render out more and more. And then we got Dagon getting beheaded. This is the one that's going to be the most fun to kind of tweak and render out with the glass. Because you can see one of the heads right here, but this is the head that got beheaded. This is actually the neck of the head that got beheaded. So kind of painting this back in, making those shapes really work together, is our main goal. And then finalize it by doing some darken and lighten passes to kind of show the main ideas of what we want people to focus on. And you can kind of see the light that we have is going to kind of go through and be almost a guide through the piece. But yeah, that's going to be very final step. I just wanted to show a quick example of it. But to make sure that it reads well on the card, we're going to make sure that it has a lot of good darks, a lot of good lights. The contrast is good, and our main event and our main idea is easy to see. So we're just going to keep it fairly flat right now, and then do that last bit of lighting at the very, very end. So right now, we are making sure the wizard's face looks like a face, which is pretty important, you know? That nose is a little different tilt. Kind of got that same dark right here. This. Let's see, we will have that nice glass shard look right here. Want to be pure white. Come over top. me get rid of some of these. So some of the effect of the glass is actually kind of overbearing, which is not what we want necessarily. Some places it is, but we don't want it to like block the art as much. It's weird. We do, but we don't. We want it to read well, but we also want it to be thematic. So that's always the balance whenever you're working on pieces like this. And that's why having such a good art director and having an art team to go to in general is a good... I've always loved working with art directors, because there's that old saying about like, well, you know, how many people does it take to finish a painting? It takes 2 people to finish a painting, one to paint it and the other one to knock the first one unconscious whenever it's done. That's sort of what this is. It's like, okay, I could render this forever, or I could do this or do this, but it's good to have the pilot. It's good to have the captain that you go to and you're like, listen, we're here. What's the next step? What would you like to see next? And then that's when they give you the feedback. Very, 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 very rarely, and I don't think I ever have at Varia, very rarely do I like counter feedback. I encounter feedback all the time, but never do I ever like, no, I don't think that's correct. I don't, because even if, I don't know, even if I would have, let's say, not a problem or an issue or whatever, but if I knew that a change was being made that wouldn't be in the best interest, if they think they know what they want, and then I know that I'm going to put 20 hours into this and they're going to like it the first way better, I might just tell them. I'll be like, well, I agree and we can, but we're also going to keep the other one as backup. So like, you can tell whenever an art director knows what they're doing. And I've been very fortunate to work with good art directors that know what they're doing, that they know how to ask for things. They know how to ask, they know what they want. They like what they see, but they know how it could be improved for what their goals are. Good art direction and art directors are worth their weight in gold. They are the unsung heroes of this industry, because they're the ones that bring the madness together. Like they make sure that you're not going off the beaten path. You're not, like, I always joke around, but like, I would hate to be the guy that ruined Warhammer forever. I would hate for my art to be the thing that a bunch of Warhammer purists that have played it for 30 years look at and be like, that's not correct. That's like, it makes my stomach hurt. Like, it's that sort of like, that's a deep-seated fear. But having Games Workshop know their own product so well, they will not let you drown. They won't let you do crazy stuff that it's going to completely destroy. Man, art directing is a super hard job, because you're wrangling cats, because you know, I come from a customer service background. I've been in management. I've worked higher education. I've done teaching. I've done a lot of stuff. So my communication skills are okay. They can always improve. I would always say everybody's can always improve. But like, I can run a business meeting. I can, you know, I can send the emails. I can, you know, I've had to hire and fire people in my day. I've had to do that stuff. So good communication is everything. But artists are notorious for being hard to communicate with. As much as we have a vision and want to put something out on a canvas, artists are not easy to talk to. They're just not. And that's part of the job. If we were great at talking, we probably wouldn't paint. You know what I mean? Like, if that's, you know, that's not true for everybody, but like, one of the best things you can learn how to do in this industry is talk. Learn how to take good direction, learn how to take criticism. But be confident in what you're speaking about. There's a saying, and I say it in pretty much every stream, but your job is not to be the best artist. It's not your job. Your job is to be the least risky option. So there will be, and I know for a fact because it's kind of already happened, but I will get people saying like, oh, I feel like I can paint better than you. How did you get Warhammer? Or how did you get Varia? I'm a better artist. Probably so. Like more techniques, more just, rendering is better, the color understanding, they might be a lot stronger in that stuff. But I would argue that based, up against other people, I will probably be the least risky option. Because my art's okay. It can get there. It can transfer, thoughts and data and all that, So it can get people thinking. It can fulfill a need. It can be done in a timely manner. I don't take criticism harshly at all. Like, I want the best for the client and I want the best for my artwork, and never will they lead me astray. Or at least I haven't found where an art director led me astray. Because if at the end of the day they're paying for the work, guess what? They get what they ask for. That's just how that is. But don't worry about not being the best artist. That's very much secondary. Like learning the art stuff's easy. That's the fun stuff. The hard stuff, the stuff that they don't train you, that you need to learn, is all the soft skills in terms of communication. Yeah. So if you're easy to work with, and you get your work in on time, and it is at or above the standard they're looking for, you will get rehired. No question. You will get rehired. Because art directors have to wrangle so many different artists with so many different projects that if you're one of the ones that doesn't give them a headache, you're in. Congratulations. You have a job for life, you know what I mean? That's what you want to do. I have a saying, and I tell my wife this. I always say 2 to make it true. 2 to make it true. Sure, I got hired for Warhammer once, but am I really working for Warhammer? 2 to make it true. I've done 4 compositions, but I've only been hired once. I need to get hired twice. So not only am I trying to make my portfolio something that's impressive and can maybe get clients and get people on the phone and we talk about some stuff, but also I want my client work to be so strong that I get rehired. Like, you want each one to be better because you want to grow with your art director. You want to grow with the company. You want to grow and be part of that. It's like, I cannot think of Guild Wars at all without 2 people. That's Kike Kutaki, who I'm honored to be on the same team with for here on Varia. And 2 is Richard Anderson. His name is Flaptraps online. Those 2 guys, in my opinion, are Guild Wars. When I see their art, I'm like, oh, the Guild Wars guys. Just because it's so ingrained in my mind. But Kike started as a junior artist at NCSoft for Guild Wars 1. And he kind of learned the ropes, and you can see his design sense started growing and changing, and he got more confident. And he was just asked back again and again and again. Come Guild Wars 2, he's head concept artist. He's head designer of the whole thing. He grew with that company. You know what I mean? And that's the goal. You want to find clients that you can grow with. Because we're all in it together. We're all in it to make cool stuff. Stuff that can have a passionate fan base. Stuff that we like to play. And I think that's critical in having something that you can fall back on, something that you know you can work on like the back of your hand. Like, I've done 4 or 5 album covers for, he's one of my friends from high school, but he has a really good metal band and they're touring and all that stuff. And like, we just vibe really well. The way that we discuss ideas is good. It just works. It works super well. We work well together. And you know, those are the people, and I told him for life, I was like, hey guys, I'll be your artist as much as you want. Positivity. Oh, thank you so much. So see, and that's part of it, is like, how rough is really a job of painting dragons getting their heads cut off? Like, that's dope. Like, I get to say that as a, you know what I mean? Like, that's the dopest job ever in the history of the world. And like, what I've told Anthony and what we've talked about a lot is like, my favorite thing about working, especially on Varia, is I want my card to hit the play field and people know what it is. Not, just, oh, that's Wes Gardner art. Like, that's secondary. I want them to see the glass shatter. And like the way we discussed it in preliminary, like whenever we were studying the sketches and stuff, is like, I'm thinking about Stone Cold Steve Austin, the professional wrestler. His song starts with a glass shatter. Whenever you hear that glass shatter, business is about to pick up. He's gonna go and he's gonna whoop some butt. So I want that same vibe here. Sure, it's cool to have the lore. Sure, it's cool to have the different personalities and the different art and the structure. However, I want the glass shatter to hit on a battlefield, and I want people to want to flip the table over because it just completely changed the game. They know what's coming. You know what I mean? That's the fun. Because, like, another dream of mine is to work on Magic the Gathering, of course. If you're into fantasy art, that's one of your bucket list items. I want my card to be so good it gets banned. Well, okay, one of two things. I want my card either to be so good it gets banned, right? And it's one of those like lucrative, like secretive things. Or I want my card to be a land that is in every deck that gets published for 3.5 years. So I want people to have their hands on my card, either because it's so freaking powerful that it just obliterates the game, or that it's so readily available, even if it's your very first Magic the Gathering deck, you're gonna have a piece of Wes Gardner art, whatever that may be. And that's the fun of it. And of course, the artists don't get to make calls like that. That's game design, that's all that stuff. But just having that as a goal, it's not just about getting into Magic, right? Or it's not just about painting more stuff and working on Varia, or, another goal of mine is Guild Wars because of Kike Kataki. My goal is not necessarily just to get hired. My job is to become like a linchpin, like something that you can't think of the product without that voice in it, if that makes sense. Because I think there's a lot of rewarding stuff from that. You just get to be part of people's, I don't know, man, like past 4 years, today's a big day. We got a brand new president of the United States. Past 4 years have been rough. COVID, I mean, there's a lot, nothing's for certain. Nothing, life has a way. So being part of people's leisure time, being part of, Varia lore and being able to make these cool pieces that people might, this could be their game night. And their game night, they're going to be rolling decks. They're going to be, rolling the dice, doing the timeline stuff. And then Calamity hits. And oh man, like now they have this other story to tell. They're looking forward to play again. I don't know. I find that the coolest thing in the world. I think being part of that is just, it's on another level. It's like doing book covers. I love doing book covers because now not only do people judge books by their cover, they absolutely do, but now when they think of that story, hopefully, if I did my job right, they're also thinking of the art, because the art conveys a message of what the book has to offer. That's why I love the fact that my wife is such a good writer, and that, of course, she wants to bring me on as her cover artist. Is like, oh, great, I get to hear all of the inner workings of her writing it, so then we can come up with some really, really cool ideas in regards to what the cover is going to be and how that's going to work and how it's going to look. All right, so you can see here, I am just coming in and I am rendering out this dragon head. Now I'm gonna do this neck and this dragon head, finalize these colors, then kind of work on Blood God. And Anthony, I will be turning in another preview. That way we can more formally like go over it and kind of figure out what we want, what we don't. Because I think I have about 8 days left. And you know, spending 2 to 3 hours a day, kind of going in, rendering, fine-tuning. I think we're gonna have something really, really kind of a stunner at the end of it, which is the goal, you know. And also it's one of those things that like if, you know, the Varia crew wanted marketing art, I want this to be at the level that they could easily use it as a marketing art to get new eyes on the product. And so there's a lot of things to juggle. It can be overwhelming if you let it get to you, but that's why stuff like these live streams are fun. It keeps it light, it keeps it loose. Yeah, it's very easy to get overwhelmed whenever you realize, oh man, not only, you know, and I do it to myself, of course, but I'm like, oh man, I have 3 different compositions in one composition to be published due in 8 days. Like, if you keep stacking on it's like, you know, it is what it is. But for me, that's how I get my fuel that way. Like, that's how because I'm like, okay, it's got to get done. Let's do it to the best. You know, let's get it going. Let's figure this out. Let's get in there, dig in there. And see, what's nice is now some of these colors can kind of come in here, smooth out. So less blur, or less detail, a little bit more blur. Solid colors, solid shapes. Really help the readability on cards. So a lot of silhouettes, you know, and once again, let me go ahead and save this. What we need to do is we need to make sure, and we haven't actually done this in a while, set up the color modes. So now this is in black and white, and I can see how well this works in black and white. And like if we come out here, if we come way down here, what are we looking at? So it's kind of a jumbled mess right now. The good news is I like the kid's hair. The kid's hair gives it a good structure. Blood God looks great. We're gonna finalize kind of the executioner mask look. Really what I think we're gonna need to fix, if I were just looking at this right now, this character and this line of glass have a tangent. They're both facing the same angle. So it's actually kind of hard to understand what this character is. That it is a character, even. Because it's so close to a similar value right here that this dark doesn't pop as much as we want it to. So the way I think I'm gonna fix it, because I also have to add a shard right here anyway to add the axe, so we can get that axe head on there. I think I'm going to do this. Well, the nice thing about this, I can just stay in this black and white mode, but as I color pick, it's still picking colors. It's not picking... Oh, I say that. Well, maybe it is just... Okay, phew. I was like, what in the world? It's actually picking colors. It's not just picking black and white. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have this color, and I'm gonna make this glass shard bigger. And I know it's gonna work because it's the right color, because it's coming from the composition we already have. And then like that, we can elongate. Do something like that. Bring that out. Same thing here, actually. Let me go ahead, add that. And then let me bring this over. A little bit more solid of a piece. Gonna make that a little bit lighter. That way the silhouette reads a little better. Because then, if you come over here, now there's a little bit more information to work with. Now, see, it's reading a little stronger. We can add that in. We can add some more clouds and stuff in the back here. So now we're just working with a tiny miniature composition, just as a little glass shard, to where we're bringing in an axe like that. And now all we need to do is like paint this axe in here, stay within the confines of this glass shard, and it works well, you know. You do this, kind of like that. Okay. So let me actually go back into black and white, because this way I can just know the values read okay. Solid piece. Oh, and then this kind of comes out fairly straight here. Just kind of a quick sketch to block in where this goes. Something like this. Etch that in. Etch this. Got it. And then something like this here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, actually, they don't look down that far. Ha! I should probably look at the reference, huh? Darken. So that is right there. So kind of this middle part. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then of course we'll make it look way sharper and stuff, but this is just getting the basic shape in there. Get some of this. Gotcha there. Then let's also come in and block this in. All right, now let's see. Yeah. So now, see, because it kind of mixes and matches right there. of course, it looks a little too doodly right now, but as we come in and we get the same lighting, I think that's going to work pretty well. Also, I'm going to make this a little more dramatic as far as the darks, because that way, as you're zoomed out here, you can see that axe and kind of all of its glory. I might also change the way that arm is positioned, but it's it'll be kind of out and about like that. Yeah, not bad. So we got about 14 minutes left in the stream for today. Very thrilled that all of you got to hang out, join us. I know today is a very important day for a lot of other reasons, but we do appreciate you very much. And go save yourself that 10%, man. If you want to get a deck, the cool thing is all the decks work together. You only need one deck to get started playing, simply because Varia does a really cool thing of using dice and dice rolls as part of your experience. So you're never going to have the same game twice, guaranteed. You can have all the strategy you want, but hey, if your dice rolls aren't where they need to be. Am I going to stream this piece? So that's really up to the company. That is up to Guildhouse Games. We got the okay today to make this one, which is why I did promo art and all that stuff for it. I mean, if so, absolutely. But if not, we're probably going to go back to our Warhammer piece. That's something that this is kind of a rare treat, because companies really like to keep the stuff under lock and key until it's time for release. Or I can keep streaming this one. Ooh, okay, well, maybe so. There you go. So yeah, we can definitely keep working on this one. But just know that's how cool Guildhouse Games is, because not everybody's, I mean, you know, I'm used to sending in all kinds of like permission slips and all that, but Anthony actually came to me, was like, hey man, you want to stream this? Which is a treat, which is another reason why it's like match made in heaven. But I mean, and understandably so, companies are very protective over their intellectual property, and so, you know, you don't take it lightly. So yeah, we should be able to work on this one again tomorrow. We can knock out a lot more. I don't think it'll be quite finished tomorrow, but I do think I'm probably going to send in what we have after the stream tonight. That way the team can look it over. Any specific tweaks we would like to make, I can take some notes and then take that feedback into tomorrow's stream and kind of go moving forward with it. But yeah, that's really exciting, because this doesn't happen a lot. Being able to watch actual commission-based art for a client, for a card game that has release dates, it has a set schedule, that's really rare. So definitely something special. That's why we want to make this card something special too. It's something very, very close to the heart in regards to the feel and the vibe of Varia. Yeah. Oh yeah, you bet. And like, it's fun because you can see quote unquote problems, but then it's like, how do you solve them? Like, what's the end goal? What's the game? You know, what's the what's that finished polish? Like, how do we know it's done? Things like that are really interesting, because those are different per piece. You know, those are definitely different per piece. So we're gonna do more refinement on the soldier. We're gonna definitely do more refinement on this head, because this is the whole reason we made this comp, or at least the dragon Dagon killer comp of the beheading of Dagon. So we need Dagon's beheaded head. Check. We need that. We need to probably put a little bit more variety of color in here to make it pop a little bit more. Overall, I feel okay about the vibe of it. I'm probably going to change the hand direction, kind of render that out a little better. The stuff in focus, I want to make sure stays pretty tight. We can get really fun and painterly and stuff on like shards like this, that don't necessarily serve a function besides tying everything together. So we can get nice and painterly on those, but our main ideas are our child and wizard, Koro, the blood god, and his berserkers. So we're gonna put more berserkers probably down here in these 2 shards. And then the beheading of Dagon. That's the stuff that needs to look right. It needs to look good, it needs to look sharp. Everything else is just fun. Everything else we can just do some fun stuff, which is nice. Let's see. So yeah, 10 minutes. Let's see. What do we want to do? I actually feel okay about right here. That doesn't mean tomorrow I won't wake up and be like, oh my god, I have to fix all of this. Which does happen, by the way. Let's work on this hand. Hands are notoriously difficult. That's why we're going to work on it. This sort of... Let's get wet brush, hard round. And then, of course, the arm is coming over like... Maybe like that? I do this a lot, by the way. I need to get a mirror right by my right by my deal, my computer, because it's like the arm's coming out, but the angle, since they're like up like this, well, that might just mean the anatomy's wrong on the arm. And holding the axe kind of up, like, because what I thought the beheading would be an underhook, like as the person's diving, the swipe with the axe, it's almost like if this is the top of the axe, it would come under and like an uppercut with the axe to finally behead. So if this motion is like a shot put almost, it's like you're tossing something. So you're like this. Yeah, so it's kind of like this. And then the axe could be pointing up. So the axe is kind of at a slight weird angle. So what that means we're going to do is... Let's just get the axe piece. Like what I could do, I could photo bash that actual axe into the piece, but because everything is so loose and painterly, I don't want to bring in something super detailed like that. So I'm going to do this. We are going to hold down control. This is going to come out. This is going to come out. I'm going to squat it down a little bit. Something like that. And then maybe a little longer. A little longer. And remember, don't be afraid to kill your darlings. Do not be afraid of that at all. So now we're going to come in here. We're going to fill in this area. Okay. So something like this. Some of that white. Seeing that hand. Do that. make that jut out a little bit. Here, let's get that circle oil again. Kind of blend that stuff in a little bit. Okay, so yeah, so that looks better. Also, I think we're actually going to get rid of this shard, because that white was kind of conflicting with the white that we wanted to have on our axe here, because we want this to be sort of that star of the show, you know. Also, that means what we probably want to do is darken all of this, right? We really want that to So now this is just about readability and rendering. That's really what we're going to be focusing on to complete this one. Is just making sure that what we have serves the composition, but then also allows the eye to hit the things that we want it to see. So we'll kind of block this in. Kind of block this in. And that's kind of under the fist. Too far down. There we go. Then plank. Got that. All right, so yeah, so it reads a little bit more graphically. It reads a little bit more illustratively with the axe right there. I am probably gonna fix the anatomy here. And then do something like that. Then maybe even have the hair come back behind the axe to really show the axe off. Get that sharp. Same thing here, get that sharp. I don't know. We'll kind of just start blocking in some of this stuff, because what we're doing now, we're prepping for tomorrow, but we are giving ourselves little tiny compositions to work on. Because if we have these cool, I almost think of these glass shards as little canvases that we can then utilize and use to frame our subjects better. So to really start pulling that out and making this read as 3 separate pieces all within one separate piece, that way you can take it however you want. You can have a favorite part of it. The whole thing can be your favorite part. Each story has its own story to tell. Yeah. And then while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to block this in for tomorrow. So can I do this? Because this is where, and I'll actually keep this shard in front because I like that. I like the look of that one. But the rest of these, got that. And then here, we're actually going to make this red because this is blood. So that blood's going to kind of come over here maybe. We're just going to make sure that this all reads well. And of course, what good would an axe be if the axe did not also have some of that blood? So just dropping stuff in. And what's cool is it looks now like, yeah, see, we can play with the reality of it. We can play with the blood coming off through the glass. So once again, the way we did it with his arm, with a kid's arm coming and being a bridge between 2 pieces of glass, we can actually use that same technique and that same motif with the beheading and the axe. And you know, the thing that I like about compositions like this is they can get as complicated as you want, but if the overall thing still reads well, you can get away with it. So we still have a whole field day we can do with this thing. But I'm digging it's trippy. You know what I mean? And I can appreciate good trippy art. But guess what, gang? It's actually 3 past 4. So we have been live for 5 hours. That's gonna do it for me for today. Appreciate you guys very much. A big shout out and thank you once again to Guildhouse Games and Anthony in chat for allowing this to even take place. Like I said before, NDAs are no joke. These companies have investors and people to respond to, and I mean, there's a lot of weight in holding on to things. Like I remember, I finished some of my Warhammer stuff 4 months ago. We're just sitting on it. They haven't released it yet. It's going to be, you know, part of an upcoming book, so they have all the rights to that. And the same thing is with Varia. This is my 3rd Varia piece. There's 2 already done, already on the books, already in the bag, done. And whenever they announce those and show them off, it's going to be huge. Trust me, I'll be plugging Twitter like crazy and Instagram and stuff. Whenever that NDA gets lifted. But so it is so cool to be able to work in real time, answer questions, really make this come together as part of an upcoming expansion pack. It's so dope. And the storytelling's great. I love the vibe. I love the lore. Just all of it works so well. But that is my time for today. Appreciate you all very, very much. I'll be back probably around the same time tomorrow. Tail end, absolutely. Thank you for showing up, Mo. Appreciate you a lot. And yeah, I like this one. This one's the most kind of out there thing I've done. I did a book cover for a book by Aberrant Literature called Preconscious, and it had the same thing. It had the mixed realities and stuff like that. So I'm getting a lot of good vibes from that, a lot of good memories from working on that. But I'm excited to really push this one to final, because I think the final steps that we do on this one are gonna be the thing that really drive it home. It's really going to look, because I'm going to bring up other Varia art. We haven't done that yet. Whenever I go to actually finish, and whenever we go to do this, I want to bring up other published Varia art, whether it's Kike Kotaki, Amada Wan. There's a lot of people that have made gorgeous, beautiful art for this game. I need to make sure my stuff lives up to that. So that's what we're going to do. We might even start doing that tomorrow because we're getting close to really final rendering and figuring out values and stuff like that. So, but yeah, a lot of fun that we're going to be doing there. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. I appreciate y'all very much. Once again, thank you to Guildhouse Games for letting this even happen in the first place. And we will see you guys tomorrow with more work on Calamity. The Shattered Glass. It's coming for you. But until, see you guys next time. Peace.